here. So we have experiment. So I'll give you the procedure. So the first thing you do, you label procedure number 1. Label 4 test tubes. You label them as follows. Label them 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Then secondly, you put a small quantity of sodium sulfate in tube 1. Then the next one, sodium carbonate in tube 2. Sodium nitrate in tube 3, and sodium chloride in tube 4. So having labeled the 4 test tubes, so you take the first test tube, you put sodium sulfate. The second test tube, you put sodium carbonate. The third test tube, you put sodium nitrate. And the fourth test tube, you put sodium chloride. Then number 3, you add about 20 cubic centimeters of water to each test tube. And shake. So we are simply shaking well to make sure that the salt dissolves. If it does not dissolve, you warm. Of course, you're warming using some source of heat. Then number 4, you repeat the procedure using potassium sulfate instead of sodium sulfate, potassium carbonate instead of sodium carbonate, potassium nitrate instead of sodium nitrate, and lastly potassium chloride instead of sodium chloride. So you just repeating the procedure. You put in a test tube and then you add water, and then you shake. Number 5, repeat the process using samples of different salts, and then after which you record your results in the table below. So we are saying for those salts which will dissolve, you'll put a tick. For the salts which will be insoluble, you'll put an X. So put a tick, this mark for soluble ones, and X for insoluble salts. So learner, this is how our table will look like. We are having a table of the results of solubility of salts. So our table will look Okay, so we have our table there showing us the salts we are dealing with. We shall put them into the 4 categories. We shall have the sulfates, carbonates, chlorides, and nitrates. So our first salt here can either be potassium sulfate or potassium carbonate, potassium chloride, potassium nitrate. So these are the ones we are dissolving in water. Then we shall have the salts of sodium. We shall have sodium sulfate, sodium carbonate, sodium chloride, sodium nitrate, etc. etc. So these are the salts that we are dissolving in water. So when you dissolve these salts in water, we have said from the experiment, the ones which will dissolve, you'll put a tick. The ones which will be insoluble, you'll put an X. From the procedure, remember we have mentioned somewhere that if the salt is insoluble, then we warm. So we are going to realize that we have some salts which dissolve on warming. So these are the expected observations. If you dissolve potassium sulfate in water, the salt is going to be soluble. So for that case, you put a tick. The next one is potassium carbonate. So if you dissolve potassium carbonate in water, potassium carbonate is also going to dissolve. So we put a tick. The next one is potassium chloride. So if you dissolve potassium chloride in water, you'll realize that potassium chloride is a soluble salt. So we put a tick. The same applies to potassium nitrate. So potassium nitrate is also soluble. So we are through with the first class of potassium salts. The next one, we are going to look at the salts of sodium. So we are going to have sodium sulfate, followed by sodium carbonate. Then we have sodium chloride. Then we are going to have sodium nitrate. So observations, we are saying if you dissolve sodium sulfate in water, the salt is soluble. Also, the same applies to sodium carbonate. Sodium carbonate is also soluble. It also applies to sodium chloride, it's soluble. And then lastly, sodium nitrate. So we can see the salts of both sodium and potassium are soluble in water. So the next one is calcium salts. We have calcium sulfate, calcium carbonate, calcium chloride, calcium nitrate. So how do they behave when they are dissolved in water? So we start by calcium sulfate. For the case of calcium sulfate, we'll realize that calcium sulfate, when you put in water, part of it will dissolve and then some of it will remain. And for that reason, we are saying that calcium sulfate is a salt that is slightly soluble. So here, for calcium sulfate, we say this one is slightly soluble. So if you dissolve in water, not all of it will dissolve. Some of the salt will remain. And for that case, we say calcium sulfate is slightly soluble. When it comes to calcium carbonate, if you put calcium carbonate in water, you'll realize that calcium carbonate is insoluble. And for that case, we put an X. So X means it is insoluble in water. Next, we have calcium chloride. If you dissolve calcium chloride in water, you'll realize that calcium chloride is a soluble salt. So you put a tick. Then the last salt of calcium is calcium nitrate. Calcium nitrate dissolved in water, it's a soluble salt, and therefore our correct observation is there is a tick. Next, we have the salts of magnesium. We have magnesium sulfate, magnesium carbonate, magnesium chloride, magnesium nitrate. So these are the expected observations. If you dissolve magnesium sulfate in water, it's going to dissolve. Therefore, we put a tick. Magnesium carbonate dissolved in water, it will not dissolve. And for that case, we are saying magnesium carbonate is insoluble. So we put an X. Magnesium chloride, it's a soluble salt. So we put a tick. Magnesium nitrate is also a soluble salt. Therefore, we put a tick. So those are the salts of magnesium. Next, we come to the salts of aluminium. We have aluminium sulfate. If you dissolve aluminium sulfate in water, it's going to dissolve. And for that case, our observation is we are going to put a tick, meaning aluminium sulfate is a soluble salt. Next, we have aluminium carbonate. So learn, I want us to understand that aluminium carbonate, a salt by the name aluminium carbonate does not exist because the salts of aluminium normally hydrolyze in water to produce an acidic solution. And for that case, for this observation, we are going to put a dash, meaning aluminium carbonate does not exist. Because of that reason, that aluminium salts hydrolyze in water to produce an acidic solution. So therefore, we are putting here a dash because aluminium carbonate as a salt does not exist. So next we move to aluminium chloride. So if you dissolve aluminium chloride in water, it's going to dissolve. Therefore, we put a tick. We have aluminium nitrate, our last aluminium salt. So aluminium nitrate, if you dissolve in water, it's going to dissolve. So you put a tick. Next, we have the salts of zinc. We have zinc sulfate, zinc carbonate, zinc chloride, and zinc nitrate. Observations. Zinc sulfate is a soluble salt, so we put a tick. If you dissolve in water, zinc sulfate will dissolve. Zinc carbonate, if you dissolve zinc carbonate in water, the salt will not dissolve, and for that reason, we are going to put an X, meaning zinc carbonate is insoluble in water. Then we have zinc chloride. Zinc chloride is going to dissolve, therefore we put a tick. Lastly, we have zinc nitrate. Zinc nitrate dissolved in water, it's going to dissolve in water. Next, we have the salts of iron. We have iron sulfate, iron carbonate, iron chloride, and iron nitrate. So these are the expected observation. Iron sulfate dissolved in water is going to dissolve, therefore we put a tick. Iron carbonate dissolved in water, the salt is insoluble, therefore we put an X. We have iron chloride. Iron chloride is also going to dissolve in water, therefore we put a tick. Then we have iron nitrate. Iron nitrate dissolved in water, it's a soluble salt, so you put a tick. Next, we have the salts of lead. We have lead sulfate. We have lead carbonate, lead chloride, and lead nitrate. All these are examples of salts. We have only put them into categories depending on the anion that is there. So we have 4 anions. We have sulfates, we have carbonates, we have chloride, and we have nitrates. Now, lead sulfate dissolved in water, the salt is insoluble. Therefore, we put an X. Lead carbonate dissolved in water, the salt is also insoluble. So therefore, we put an X. And then we have lead chloride. Lead chloride, if you dissolve it in cold water, it will not dissolve. So how do you make lead chloride to dissolve? You make it to dissolve by simply warming the mixture. So therefore, we are saying that lead chloride will dissolve in hot water. So here we are saying soluble in hot water. And then we have lead nitrate. Lead nitrate dissolved in water, the salt is going to dissolve. Therefore, we put a tick. Next, we have the salts of copper. We have copper sulfate, we have copper chloride, copper carbonate, copper chloride, and copper nitrate. Expected observations. Copper sulfate, if you dissolve copper sulfate in water, it's going to dissolve. Therefore, you put a tick. Then the next one, we have copper carbonate. Copper carbonate in water, it's going to be insoluble. Therefore, you put an X. Next, we have copper chloride. Copper chloride dissolved in water, the expected observation is going to be insoluble. Therefore, we put an X. And then lastly, we have copper nitrate. So copper nitrate dissolved in water, it's going to be soluble in water. Therefore, we put a tick. Lastly, we have the salts of barium. Barium, we start by barium sulfate. Barium sulfate, when it's dissolved in water, it's going to be insoluble. And for that case, our table, we're going to put an X, meaning barium sulfate is insoluble in water. Next, we have barium carbonate. If you dissolve barium carbonate in water, it's going to be insoluble. Therefore, you put an X. Next, we have barium chloride. Barium chloride, this one is soluble in water. Therefore, we put a tick. And then lastly, we have barium nitrate. So barium nitrate, dissolved in water, the salt is going to be soluble. So learner, we are saying these are the expected observations from the experiment we have mentioned earlier. So having said that, I now want us to look at a summary. From the table, you can see that both potassium and sodium, you can see their salts, potassium sulfate, potassium carbonate, potassium chloride, potassium nitrate, all these are soluble. The same applies to sodium sulfate, sodium carbonate, sodium nitrate, and sodium chloride. So in summary, we are saying that all salts of both sodium and potassium are soluble in water. That's the first observation you can make from this table. The second observation, learner, we are saying, if you look at this column of nitrates, you should be able to notice something about nitrates. Remember, we have said where there is a tick, it means the salt is soluble in water. So our second observation is what? That all nitrates, any salt that contains a nitrate, we expect it to be soluble in water. That is observation number 2 from the table. Then the third point, we can get it from the column of carbonates. Apart from potassium carbonate and sodium carbonate, you realize that the other carbonates are insoluble. So we are saying our point number 3 is this, that all carbonates are insoluble except the carbonates of sodium and potassium. These two are insoluble. Our fourth point, conclusion, is obtained from the column of sulfates. You can see, apart from lead sulfate and barium sulfate, the other sulfates are soluble in water. So we are saying that all sulfates are soluble in water with the exception of lead sulfate and barium sulfate. And lastly, our conclusion point is on chlorides. You can see, apart from lead chloride, we are saying the other chlorides are soluble in water. Of course, we have said lead chloride is soluble in hot water. So, learner, we want to come with a conclusion basing on those observations that we have seen there. So, conclusion, our first point. Conclusion, our first point is as follows. That all salts of sodium, potassium are soluble in water. All salts of sodium, potassium, so we can add ammonium because ammonium is another example of a positively charged ion, and ammonium are soluble in water. Think of any salt that has the word sodium, that has the word potassium, that has the word ammonium. Sodium sulfate, potassium carbonate, ammonium nitrate. So long as it has these 3 cations, then that salt will be soluble in water. That's number 1. Number 2, all nitrates are soluble in water. We can see that from the table earlier on. Any nitrate you can mention, sodium nitrate, potassium nitrate, magnesium nitrate, any nitrate you think of, then if you dissolve it in water, that nitrate will be soluble in water. Our third point about conclusion is coming from carbonates. We have said earlier that all carbonates are insoluble. That's the point we are repeating, that all carbonates are insoluble. But there is an exception. Remember earlier on we have said, the first point we have said is that any salt of sodium, potassium or ammonium is soluble. But here we are saying all carbonates are insoluble. That means we have some carbonates which are soluble. And these are the carbonates of sodium, potassium, ammonium. So we are saying all carbonates are insoluble except carbonates of sodium, potassium, and ammonium. So we have said earlier on that from the conclusion point number 1, potassium, sodium, and ammonium salts are soluble. But here we are saying all carbonates are insoluble. That means the carbonates of these 3, sodium, potassium, and ammonium, if you put them in water, they'll dissolve in water. So we are saying if you put sodium carbonate in water, it will dissolve. Put ammonium carbonate in water, it will dissolve, as well as potassium carbonate. Our fourth point of conclusion is coming from sulfates. We are saying that from the table we said earlier on that all sulfates are soluble. So that's the point we are emphasizing, that all sulfates are soluble. But we mentioned the ones which are insoluble. We said barium as well as lead what? Sulfate. So these 2 are insoluble. So otherwise the rest are insoluble. So we are saying all the sulfates are soluble except barium sulfate and lead sulfate. But remember we said calcium sulfate is slightly soluble in water. So it's good you also mention that one, that calcium sulfate is slightly soluble. Calcium sulfate is slightly soluble. Then our last point of conclusion is coming from chlorides. So we said from the table, chlorides are, most of them are soluble. So that's the conclusion we are coming up with, that all chlorides are soluble. All chlorides are soluble. And remember we have said, we gave an example of the one that is soluble in hot water, and that was lead chloride. So it's good we mention that lead chloride is soluble in hot water. So you can only make lead chloride to dissolve when you warm the mixture. So learner, we are saying that from these 5 points, the salts of sodium, potassium, and ammonium are soluble. Our second point is that all nitrates are soluble. Our third point is carbonates. All carbonates are insoluble. All carbonates are insoluble. All nitrates are soluble. And then all sulfates are soluble. All chlorides are soluble. We have given exceptions. So we have come to the end of our lesson. It's good for your revision. You try and answer these questions. So I want you to try these questions. So the first question is identify the cations. Identify the cations that form. Identify the cations that form soluble salts. That's our first question. Our second question is comment on the solubility. Comment on the solubility of sulfates. Give a brief comment on sulfates. Give a brief comment on chlorides. Give a brief comment on carbonates. And give a brief comment on nitrates. And that will be the end of our lesson for today. I want to thank you for being a good student, and I wish you the best.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hello learners, welcome to today's biology lesson, Form 3. My name is Stephen Kariungi, and we continue with our topic of discussion, which is sexual reproduction in plants. So today we are going to discuss pollination. So the first thing that we ask ourselves is, what is the meaning of the term pollination? The term pollination comes from the word pollen. So that means that it involves pollen. So we can say that pollination is the transfer of pollen grains from the anther to the stigma. Pollen grains are produced in the anther, and they need to be transferred to the stigma during pollination. So we can say that this is the transfer of pollen grains from the anther to the stigma. Now, we have two types of pollination. Types of pollination. The first type of pollination, we refer to it as self-pollination. And self-pollination is whereby the transfer of pollen grains is from the anther to the stigma of the same flower or of another flower within the same plant. So basically in self-pollination, we don't move outside one plant. So it's either from one flower to another flower within the same plant, or from the anther to the stigma of the same flower. So we can say that this is the transfer of pollen grains from anther to the stigma of the same flower or another flower within the same plant. So we are saying that self-pollination is the transfer of pollen grains from the anther to the stigma of the same flower or another flower within the same plant. So basically, we don't move outside that particular plant. The other type of pollination is what we call cross-pollination. And this is the transfer of pollen grains from the anther. It has to be always from the anther to the stigma. Of another flower in another plant. So this one has to be in another plant, but of the same species. So basically, cross-pollination, there is the transfer of pollen grains from the anther to the stigma of another flower in another plant, but that plant must be of the same species. So it has to be from this plant to another plant of the same species. So that is what we call cross-pollination. Now, in cross-pollination, we can say that there is mixing of genes because one plant is not completely identical to the other. So in this case, there are some small variations that exist in terms of their genetic makeup. So in this case, we can say that cross-pollination leads to exchange of genetic material, which leads to variation. So this is one of the sources of variation, or this is one of the causes of variation. When there is mixing of genetic material between different plants of the same species, then that brings about what we call variation. Now, the other things I want us to discuss are the agents of pollination. Note the difference between the types of pollination and agents of pollination. The agents of pollination are the ones that aid the movement of pollen grains from the anther to the stigma. These agents can either be animals, for instance, insects. Insects are the main animal agents of pollination. Or another agent of pollination can also be wind. So mainly there are those two. So two main agents of pollination are insects and wind. So we are going to look at what are the adaptations of insect pollinated flowers. What are some of the features that they have so that the insects become the agents of pollination, to attract these insects so that they can come and help in the transfer of pollen grains. So we look at the adaptations of insect pollinated flowers. And those insect pollinated flowers, we also refer to them as entomophilous. Entomophilous flowers. We know that entomology is the study of insects. So for those flowers that are pollinated by insects, we refer to them as being entomophilous. Now, one of the features that you'll observe in these insect pollinated flowers is that they usually have very large petals, very conspicuous. You can see them from a distance. And they are usually brightly colored. So you can say that one of the adaptations is that the petals are large, conspicuous, and brightly colored. To attract insects, which are the agents of pollination. So when they are large and conspicuous, the insects can easily see them from a distance. When they are brightly colored, the insects can also be able to see them from a distance. Number two is that they are usually scented. That is, have scent that attracts insects to them. So the insects are attracted also by the scent that is produced by these flowers. The other thing about the insect pollinated flowers is that they have small anthers that are located within the flower. They have small anthers that are located within the flower and produce a relatively lower number of pollen grains. So the number of pollen grains that are produced here, they are not so many because there is minimal wastage. There is minimal wastage. Also, we are saying that the anthers are small and located within the flower. So chances of these anthers losing the pollen grains are minimal. As for the pollen grains themselves, the pollen grains are large. They are relatively large and sticky. They are large and sticky to attach or to allow them attach on the insect's body. On the insect's body. So they are sticky so that they can attach onto the insect's legs. They can attach onto the insect's wings as they are being transferred from one point to the other. These insect pollinated flowers also have nectaries that produce nectar. And this nectar is the one that attracts insects The nectar attracts insects to feed on them. Feed on them. So the nectaries produce nectar that attracts the insects. Number 3, these flowers are usually funnel shaped. They are funnel shaped, forming a landing platform. So that the insects can be able to land on them, forming a landing platform for the insects. So basically, those are some of the adaptations of the insect-pollinated flowers, such as hibiscus and most of the commonly seen brightly colored flowers. So you've seen that the petals are large, conspicuous, and brightly colored to attract the insects. They are usually scented, or they have scent that also attracts the insects to them. They have small anthers located within the flower and produce a relatively lower number of pollen grains because there is minimal wastage. The pollen grains are large and sticky so that they can be able to attach on the insect's body when they are being transported. They have nectaries that produce nectar, and that nectar attracts the insects to feed on them. And finally, we've seen that their shape is funnel shaped, that is wider at the top and smaller at the base, and that is to form a landing platform for the insects during pollination. So we'll stop there for now, and then we look at an assignment on the same. So the first question, what is pollination? Second question, name the 2 types of pollination. And number 3, state and explain 5 adaptations of insect-pollinated flowers. So we are going to stop there for today. Goodbye.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hi learners, I am so delighted to have you again on this platform. Remember that you are still tuned into Manifested e-learning platform. I am Teacher Purity. So we are going to learn hygiene and nutrition activities. We are still learning the topic personal hygiene, and under personal hygiene, we are going to learn how to make personal items. Now, during our last lesson, we were discussing about some of the personal items we have. So let's quickly remind ourselves. Personal items are the things we do not share. So personal items are the things that we do not share, the things that you are not supposed to share with anyone. Sharing of personal items can make us fall sick. So sharing of personal items can make us fall sick. Sharing of personal items can make us fall sick. That is why you are not supposed to share your personal items. Now, the examples of personal items. Examples of personal items. We have a handkerchief, A handkerchief is a personal item, and we use a handkerchief to wipe our nose. So you are not supposed to share your handkerchief with any other person because you can contract diseases. Then we also have toothbrush. A toothbrush is a personal item. You are supposed to have your own toothbrush. Sharing of toothbrushes can make us contract diseases. Then we have underwear or pants. Underwear or pants. They are also personal items. You are not supposed to share your underwears or your pants with anyone. Then we have comb. A comb. Now we use a comb to make our hair. You are not supposed to share your comb. Why are you not supposed to share your comb? Because when you use your comb with another person, you can fall sick and you can even suffer from ringworms. Ringworms are some wounds that are always found transmitted through combs. So when you have your own personal comb, you'll have protected yourself from ringworms. Then we have another personal item, have a towel. Now a towel is used to wipe our bodies after taking our bath. So you are also not supposed to share your towel. Make sure that you have your own towel. We also have another personal items. We have socks. Socks is also a personal item. Then we also have a nail cutter. A nail cutter. A nail cutter is used to trim our long nails. Remember that your nails are supposed to be short and clean. And for you to maintain short nails, you are supposed to use a nail cutter. So do not share your nail cutter with a person. Make sure that you have your own nail cutter. So these are examples of personal item. We have a handkerchief, a toothbrush, underwear or pants, comb, towel, socks, and lastly, nail cutter. So for this lesson, I want us to discuss on how to make personal items. All these items here, there are some of the items that you can still make them. It is not a must for you to buy a handkerchief. You can still get something else and use it as a handkerchief. Not a must for you to buy a toothbrush. There is something else you can use instead of a toothbrush, the same to towel. So let's see, how can we make a toothbrush? How can you make a handkerchief from what we have around us? So how to make personal item. Let's see on how to make a toothbrush. You can make a toothbrush from a chewed stick. So the first one, we can make a toothbrush from a chewed stick. Now, we can make a toothbrush from a chewed stick. If you cannot be able to afford a toothbrush, do not stop brushing your teeth because you don't have a toothbrush. You can still brush your teeth with a chewed stick. You go and get a chewed stick from as a branch of a tree, then you chew the upper part and make a toothbrush out of the chewed stick. So it can still help you to brush your teeth. We can also make a handkerchief from a piece of cloth. So we can make a handkerchief from an old piece of cloth. So we can make a handkerchief from an old piece of cloth. You go and take an old piece of cloth, wash the piece of cloth, let it dry, then you cut a piece of it and use it as your handkerchief. We can also make a face towel from an old piece of cloth. We can also make a face towel from an old piece of cloth. Remember, a face towel is used to dry our face after you have washed it. So if you cannot afford a face towel, you can as well as use an old piece of cloth to wipe your face, and make sure that the old piece of cloth is clean. So this is how we can make personal items from what we have around us. Number one, you can make a toothbrush from a chewed stick. You go and get a tree branch, a small one, then you chew it and use it as your toothbrush. The second one, we can make a handkerchief from an old piece of cloth. It is not a must for you to go to the shop and buy a handkerchief. You can as well as use an old piece of cloth and make sure that it is clean. And lastly, we can make a face towel from an old piece of cloth. So this is how we can make personal items. And remember, if you have your chewed stick as your toothbrush, you are having your old piece of cloth as your handkerchief or your face towel, you are still not supposed to share it. It is still your personal item. So make sure that you are not sharing it. You know why you are not supposed to share personal items, right? Now these are some of the ways how you can make improvised materials as personal items. So try to use them, try to use some of these improvised materials back at home. You can use a chewed stick. You have the experience of how you can brush your teeth with a chewed stick. Use a piece of cloth as your handkerchief or as your face towel. So that is all for this lesson. I want us to copy some questions and make sure that you are answering them. So the questions are here, number 1 up to 3. The instructions: write true or false to answer the following questions. So you are going to write for me in the blank spaces whether it is true or false. Number 1, we can use an old piece of cloth to wipe our nose. Write for me if it is true or false. Number 2, a chewed stick is a personal item. True or false? You write for me the answer there. And lastly, a face towel cannot be made from an old piece of cloth. You write for me the correct answer there. So finish the work and make sure that you are going through your work after you have answered it. Hope to see you in the next lesson. I have been Teacher Purity.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hello learners, welcome to our today's lesson. We are continuing with the topic on sexual reproduction in plants, and basically we are on pollination. My name is Stephen Kariungi, and we'll continue from where we left last time. So today we will look at 2 more factors that hinder self-pollination and self-fertilization. So last time we discussed hermaphrodites and monoecious plants, how they discourage self-pollination. We also discussed self-sterility or incompatibility. So today we are going to introduce some 2 additional factors, and that is number 3, protandry and protogyny, and another one more factor. Now, first of all, it's important to understand the meaning of those 2 terms, protandry and protogyny. Protandry, andry comes from the word androecium, or the male parts of the flower, which we saw earlier. Now, protandry is whereby the male parts of the flower, which are the anthers, they ripen and produce pollen grains before the stigma is ready to receive those pollen grains. So, even if those pollen grains are transferred onto the stigma, they cannot germinate pollen tubes. So, there won't be any self-pollination. On the other hand, protogyny, gyne comes from the word gynoecium, and this is whereby the female reproductive parts mature faster or mature earlier than the male reproductive parts. So the ovary is mature, it has produced the female gametes, and it is ready for fertilization. But the anthers have not yet matured to produce the pollen grains. So in this case, we refer to that as protandry and protogyny. So we'll explain the 2 terms. So you can say that protandry the anthers ripen earlier and produce pollen grains before the stigma is mature to receive them. We also have protogyny. Is where the stigma is mature to receive pollen grains, but the anthers have not ripened. To produce pollen grains. So we refer to that condition as protandry and protogyny. So we say that protandry, the anthers are ripe, they ripen earlier, and they also produce the pollen grains, but the stigma is not yet mature to receive them. On the other hand, protogyny is where the stigma is mature to receive the pollen grains, but the anthers have not ripened to produce those pollen grains. So a combination of the two enhances the fact that self-pollination cannot take place. And if self-pollination cannot take place, self-fertilization can also not take place. The other factor is a factor known as heterostyle. Now, in this factor, heterostyle means that the stigma and the anthers are positioned in such a way that one is higher than the other. They have different arrangements, such that it is not possible for the pollen grains to land on the stigma of the same plant or of the same flower. So we are saying that this refers to different arrangements of stigma and style to discourage pollen grains from landing on the stigma. We'll have an illustration of that. So in this case, the anthers are at a lower position than the stigma. So the pollen grains may not be able to land on the stigma that is up here. So this indicates heterostyle, which is the different arrangement so it therefore discourages self-pollination from taking place. So basically, we have seen those two factors, protandry and protogyny. We have also seen heterostyle as the two other factors that discourage self-pollination and therefore self-fertilization. So our assignment So the first question, explain how heterostyle discourages self-pollination in plants. We have explained there. So you will go through the notes, understand them, and then be able to answer the questions that have been stated. Question number 2, what is the meaning of the term protogyny and the term protandry? We have mentioned the two terms as other factors that hinder self-pollination and self-fertilization. So we are going to stop there. Goodbye. See you next time.
In 2, you are told three over square root of 5 subtract 1, and 2 and 2 and 2 we have 4 over 6 minus square root of 5. Here it will be a bit different. There is something they call a conjugate surd. You look for a conjugate to make sure that you don't remain with a surd here. You'll use a conjugate surd. You look for the conjugate, and before you look at that, if you have, so you realize A minus square root of B is the conjugate surd, of A plus square root of B. So in this case, when you rationalize using that, you multiply the denominator and numerator by the conjugate surd of the denominator. So to rationalize here, you have to multiply the numerator and denominator. So to rationalize, multiply the numerator and the denominator by the conjugate surd, you'll have to multiply both the numerator and the denominator by the conjugate surd of the denominator. You'll have to multiply by that conjugate surd. So in our solutions, this is what we are going to get in 1, 3 square root of 5 minus 1. And since I've told you this is what you multiply the numerator and the denominator, you'll come and say 3 square root of 5 plus 1, the conjugate surd of the denominator. The conjugate surd of the denominator is multiplied by both the numerator and the denominator. So how does that work? You open the brackets. Then here you come, open the bracket, square root of 5 times square root of 5, you'll have square root of 5 times square root of 5 minus plus square root of 5 minus square root of 5 plus 1. Let's look at what will happen. This square root of 5 cancels with that square root of 5. Square root of 5 times 5 is square root of 25. So this will work to 3 square root of 5 plus 3 over square root of 25 plus 1. So learn how does that come, what does that come to? Square root of 25 is 5. So it will be square root of 3 square root of 5 plus 3 over 5 plus 1 over 5 plus 1. It works to 3 square root of 5 plus 1 over 6. That is the simplified form by rationalizing the denominator by multiplying by the conjugate surd of the denominator. So first of all, you get the conjugate surd. Then you multiply it by both the numerator and denominator. That is rationalizing using what? Using the conjugate surd, or we simply say rationalizing the denominator. We shall look at the second example where we have 4. We shall come to 2. Number 2. You are given 4 over 6 minus square root of 5. The first thing is to get the conjugate surd of this. The conjugate surd of the denominator is of 6 subtract square root of 5 is 6 plus square root of 5. So you'll go straight to multiplying by each. So this will come to 4 into 6 square root of 5 over, when you do this you are rationalizing, over 6 minus square root of 5 into 6 plus square root of 5. So you simplify. 4 times 6 is 24. 4 times 6 is 24. 4 times square root of 5 is 4 square root of 5. We come down. 6 times 6 is 36. 6 times 6 is 36. Then we have 6 square root of 5 minus 6 square root of 5 plus 6 square root of 5. You start with plus, then minus 6 square root of 5. Then you finish up with the square root of 5. Square root of 5 times square root of 5. Let's simplify. The denominator remains the same. 24 plus 4 square root of 5 over this and this cancel, plus 36 minus square root of 25. Square root of 5 times square root of 5 is square root of 25. So you'll have 24 plus lana 4 square root of 5 over 36 minus 5. 36 minus 5. This will work to 24 plus 4 square root of 5 lana over 31. That gives us our answer. That gives us our answer. So in such a case, you look for the conjugate surd of the denominator and multiply it both by the numerator and the denominator. So having done that, it will be time for an assignment. So before I go to the assignment, know what a conjugate surd looks like. The sign changes there. If it was positive, it becomes negative. A minus B is the conjugate surd of A plus square root of B. So, learner, that was the assignment. Rationalize the denominator you saw how we went about. So A, 1 over square root of 2. B, square root of 2 plus 1 over square root of 7. C, 1 over square root of 3 plus 1. D, square root of 2 over square root of 11 plus 4 square root of 10. So here you need a conjugate surd. In these two, you need a conjugate surd. These ones you multiply, just multiply this by square root of 3 over square root of 3. Multiply here, square root of 7, square root of 7. But in these two, you need the conjugate surd. So thank you very much for the audience.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hi, my lovely learners. I am so excited to have you again for this lesson. I am Teacher Purity, and remember, this is still Manifested e-learning forum. So we are still continuing with our topic on personal hygiene, and we are going to learn about care of personal items. And we are going to start with care of a handkerchief. Now, during our previous lesson, we learned about how we can make personal items. Making personal items is using the materials that are available. Now, we say that you can make a toothbrush from a chewed stick. So, a chewed stick can be used as a toothbrush. We can also make a handkerchief from an old piece of cloth. We can make a handkerchief from an old piece of cloth, and make sure that you clean the piece of cloth, let it dry, then you cut a small piece of it. Then we can also make a face towel from an old piece of cloth. So that a toothbrush, a handkerchief, or a face towel, it's not a must for you to go and buy it from the shop or the market. You can still use the old pieces of cloth at home to make them. So today we are going to learn about the care of personal items, and we shall start with the first one, which is a handkerchief. Care of personal items. This one means how you are supposed to clean the items that you use at home, the personal items that you have. For this case, we shall start with a handkerchief. Now, a handkerchief is a personal item that we use to clean our nose. So we use a handkerchief to clean our nose. We use a handkerchief to clean our nose. When your nose is dirty, you are going to use a handkerchief. Now, this handkerchief is also used when you are sneezing. You cover your nose using a handkerchief when sneezing. So we cover our nose with a handkerchief when sneezing. So we cover our nose with a handkerchief when sneezing. When you are sneezing, make sure that you are covering your nose using a handkerchief. Now, for instance, I have my handkerchief here. When you are sneezing, you are supposed to hold your handkerchief like this and cover the nose, cover the nose with it like this. Why are you covering the nose with your handkerchief? To avoid contraction of germs by other people. So we cover our nose with a handkerchief when sneezing. Another thing, do not blow your nose using fingers. So do not blow your nose using fingers. The work of a handkerchief is to help us to clean our nose. So when blowing your nose, make sure that you are using your handkerchief and not your fingers. You cannot blow your nose using your fingers. Make sure that you are using the handkerchief. Why are you using a handkerchief? Now when you use the handkerchief, you are preventing the spread of germs to other people. So we use a handkerchief to prevent the spread of germs to other people. We use a handkerchief to prevent the spread of germs to other people. So we use a handkerchief to prevent the spread of germs to other people. When you cover your nose, your germs are not going to spread to other people. It will already have been prevented by the handkerchief. So make sure anytime that you are blowing your nose, use your handkerchief. Anytime that you are sneezing, you can use your handkerchief to cover the nose. Or if you do not have a handkerchief, cover your nose with an elbow. So the work of a handkerchief, number one, we use a handkerchief to clean our nose. The handkerchief is what we use to clean our nose. Number two, we cover our nose with a handkerchief when sneezing. If you have a cold or flu, you can sneeze, and therefore during sneezing, make sure that you are using a handkerchief. Number three, do not blow your nose using fingers. Blowing your nose is when you are removing mucus from the nose. So do not use your fingers when blowing the nose. And lastly, we use a handkerchief to prevent the spread of germs to other people. That is the reason why we are using a handkerchief, to prevent the spread of germs to other people. Always remember that you are not supposed to share a handkerchief. A handkerchief is a personal item. Remember, personal items are not supposed to be shared. So it is the same with the handkerchief. Your handkerchief cannot be used by any other person. Neither can you use another person's handkerchief. So these are the uses of a handkerchief. Make sure that you master them. In our next lesson, I shall teach you on how we clean the handkerchief. Make sure that you attend and come with your handkerchief so that we can be washing along. Meanwhile, I'm going to give you an assignment. Copy the questions in your exercise book and make sure that you answer them. So the assignment, number one, write down 3 uses of a handkerchief. So you write for me the uses of a handkerchief in the blank space A, B, and C. And question 2, draw and color a handkerchief. You'll draw and color for me a handkerchief. So copy the questions and make sure that you are answering them. And after finishing to answer your work, go through it just to check if there is a mistake that you've committed or something that you have left out. So hope to see you in the next lesson. Have a wonderful time.
Learners, welcome to today's lesson. In our last lesson, we introduced the topic of transport in animals. And we say that animals require an elaborate transport system because they have a small surface area to volume ratio. So food materials and other substances must be transported within an elaborate system. And the system is a circulatory system. We looked at the various types of circulatory system or systems, that is an open circulatory system and a closed circulatory system. And what came out clearly is that for open circulatory system, blood is transported within the body cavity or the hemocoel. And while for the case of closed circulatory system, transport fluid is transported within special tubes called the vessels. And the transport fluid is the blood. We looked at the types of circulation, that is single circulation and double circulation. In single circulation, blood flows through the heart once in a complete circulation. For example, the case of the fish. While in double circulation, blood flows twice through the heart in a complete circulation. We also looked at how blood flows into the heart and out of the heart, and through that we have got what we call pulmonary circulation and systemic circulation. We looked at even the differences between the various types of circulation, and we concluded with some assignment. Today, and even before we look at today's work, we also saw circulation in examples of animals that have got closed circulation. For example, we looked at the insects, which have got open circulatory system. And we say that insects like cockroaches, they have a typical example of an open circulatory system where there's a tubular dorsal heart. We also looked at circulation in the fish, where blood flows from the body tissues and it enters the two-chambered heart, that is the atrium. Then it flows into the ventricle. Then it is pumped into the capillaries within the gills for them to acquire oxygen before they flow back, before it flows back into the body tissues where it is used. That is now oxygen. Then we also looked at examples of animals where double circulation takes place. That is the birds and the mammals. So for today's lesson, we want to look critically at circulation within the mammals. So we have the mammals having some circulatory system. So we have got a mammalian circulation system. So today we are looking at mammalian, that is the mammals. Mammalian circulatory system. So under mammalian circulatory system, we are going to see how blood is transported within, pumped from the heart. Remember, we say that there must be a mechanism for pumping blood, and because of that, the mammals have got a four-chambered heart. So mammals have got a four-chambered heart. So the heart is four-chambered. Four-chambered muscular heart. And the muscular heart has got two atria and two ventricles. Two atria and two ventricles. So first of all, and these two atria and two ventricles, we have got the right atrium and the right ventricle. Those two deal with blood which is deoxygenated. So we have the right atria, and it is atrium now because it is one, and the left and the right ventricle. These ones, they deal with the deoxygenated blood. they deal with deoxygenated blood. That is blood that is coming from the rest of the body where all the oxygen has been utilized, so it must come back to the heart for oxygenation. And it enters the heart through the vena cava. The vena cava receives it, it enters the right atrium, then flows into the right ventricle before it is now pumped to go to the lungs via the pulmonary artery. Then the other two, that is the left atrium, we have the left atrium and the left ventricle. These ones, they deal with blood. They deal with blood which is oxygenated. So this blood which is oxygenated or is rich with oxygen, so we can maybe talk of it's rich with oxygen. The blood is rich with oxygen. So those two, they deal with that. And that blood that is rich with oxygen, that blood flows from the lungs and enters the left ventricle. And this left ventricle is the one that now eventually pumps the blood under high pressure to the rest of the body via the aorta. So those two, they deal with blood that is rich with oxygen. Then we have the blood that is deoxygenated has to go back to the lungs for oxygenation. So this is the introductory part of the mammals. Then we look at the external structure of the heart. External structure of the heart. Because before we look at how it functions, we must be able to know the structure for us to understand how it functions. Now, when the heart is seen from the external, it has got those four chambers. Of course, there are the four chambers that are responsible for dealing with oxygenated blood and deoxygenated blood. And the heart is covered by a membrane. This membrane is called the pericardium. So we have a membrane called the pericardium or the pericardial membrane. This pericardium is the one that encloses the heart, and the pericardium, one function is that it contains a layer of fat which cushions the heart against mechanical damage. So that is the pericardium. Then surrounding the chambers, we have, of course, the other vessels. That is the pulmonary artery, we have the pulmonary vein, we have the aorta, which bring in blood or takes out blood out of the heart. So that is the external part of the heart. So we have got right ventricle, we have left ventricle, we have right atrium, then we have left atrium. And the main vessels that supply this heart, we have the pulmonary artery. Pulmonary artery is the one that is responsible for conducting blood from the right ventricle to the lungs where it has to be oxygenated. Then we have another blood vessel, that is the pulmonary vein. The pulmonary vein is responsible for conducting blood from the lungs where it has been oxygenated back into the heart before it is pumped out. Then the other blood vessel is the aorta. The aorta is the one that pumps oxygenated blood to the rest of the body. We have the aorta. Then finally we have the major vessel that brings in blood to the heart, and that is the vena cava. The vena cava. So the vena cava brings in blood that is deoxygenated into the lungs. So those are the major parts. Then, of course, we have other structures that we are going to look at when we shall be looking, when we are going to look at the internal structure of the heart. So we want to see how the heart functions, and before we also look at how it functions, we must look at the internal structure of the heart. The heart, first of all, we have noted it is muscular, and just to add on the external part of the heart has the responsibility of pumping blood that is oxygenated to the rest of the body with the nutrients. But the heart itself also has got special muscles. That's why you are saying it is muscular. So besides these other parts, the heart has got what we call the special muscles known as the cardiac muscles. So it has got the cardiac muscles that pumps blood into the heart. And these cardiac muscles, they serve the heart, and the heart also has got an artery which serves it. The artery that serves the heart is known as the coronary artery. So we have the coronary artery that serves the heart. We have the coronary artery. So besides here we have got coronary artery, which is found on the surface of the heart. So we have coronary artery. It is found on the surface of the heart. So these structures are ones that they can be observed externally. And for internal structures, they are the ones which will be observed if the heart maybe is cut through a certain section, like for example, we have a transverse section. So these are the external structures. So the heart itself also is served with blood that is rich with oxygen. And once we have the coronary artery, then we shall also have what we call coronary vein. So we have a coronary vein. Coronary vein. So the arteries supply oxygenated blood to organs and tissues, while the veins, they carry away the oxygenated blood from the tissues and organs back to the heart where it is oxygenated. So the coronary artery does that supply of the nutrients, while the coronary vein will carry away the blood that is deoxygenated from the heart to the lungs. It is only the lungs which do not have veins and artery that supply them, because already the lungs have enough oxygen with it. The oxygen is never exhausted. So looking at the external structure of the heart, we have, first of all, we have the right atrium. So the right atrium will come there. This is just a sketch. The right atrium. The right atrium, blood comes in from the rest of the body. So this is the vena cava. That is the vena cava. So the vena cava brings in blood. So blood comes in and flows into that. Then, of course, we have here now the blood that will now be going to the lungs. So blood going to the lungs. So we have that kind of a structure. So there's a kind of a connection. So that's the atrium. Then below it we have the ventricle, and this is the right atrium, because there are two. Then here we have the right ventricle. So the right ventricle, blood now is flowing in. So blood will come here, and we have got vessels. We have vessels here, and this vessel here, not vessel, the valve is called tricuspid valve. So here it is tricuspid because thrice it is three. So there are three valves that meet here. So this one, they form what we call tricuspid valves. Tricuspid valves. So then we have here something like a demarcation, something that is separating the chambers, so that blood does not mix. So we have something that separates, and that chamber we are going to give it the name. So blood coming in is deoxygenated, so it flows into the ventricle. And once it flows into the ventricle, it has to go to the lungs. So that blood will come out through there, and here there's a valve. The purpose of valves is to prevent blood from flowing backwards. So because it has to go and does not need to flow backwards because it will mix. So here we have another valve here. This valve here is known as the semilunar valve. So this is the semilunar valve. Or valves are found there. There are two of them. Then so blood is flowing now. Deoxygenated. This is deoxygenated blood. It is now going to. It is now going to the lungs. So it will be pumped by the right ventricle. It's going to the lungs to be oxygenated, and for it to reach there, there is an artery. So, and it is the only artery that carries the oxygenated blood. That is the pulmonary artery. That is the pulmonary artery, which carries blood to the lungs. So the blood goes now to the lungs. That blood, as it goes to the lungs, it has to come back from the lungs. So, and here we have, now we shall have another valve there, another vessel. So here we have that. So here we have the other two chambers. So the other two chambers we have here, this is the left ventricle. So the left ventricle is just adjacent to the right ventricle. Then here we have now, this is the right ventricle, so this will be our left atrium, sorry, that is the left atrium. Then we have this valve here that prevents the flow of blood backwards. So that valve is known as the bicuspid valve. So this is the bicuspid valve. And then, of course, blood will come into this ventricle, left ventricle, and that blood comes in from the other side. So here we shall have blood coming in. It has to come in. That is, it comes in there. So blood will come in. Through there, and it comes in through here. So blood will come in through that vessel. So it comes in, but it has to come into the left ventricle before now it is pumped out. Before it is pumped out. So it will be pumped out, and it is pumped out through the aorta, while this one brings in blood. So blood will be flowing in. So it flows in like that, and it flows in here, then flows out, then flows out through the aorta to the rest of the body. Then here we have this is the pulmonary vein. Pulmonary vein, this one. So this is a sketch of the heart. So, and in this sketch, we have got another structure that is very important. This muscular structure here, this one that is dividing the two chambers. So this is called the septum. That is called the septum. So the septum divides the right atrium and the right ventricle from the left ventricle and the left atrium. Because this side here, as you are seeing, the oxygenated blood is coming in. So it's not supposed to mix. It is supposed to go to the heart, to the lungs straight for oxygenation. Then blood also coming from the lungs is now oxygenated, it must come straight into the ventricle and without mixing, and that function of them not mixing is achieved by the presence of the septum. Then blood will now be pumped out and it goes out through the aorta. So this is the structure of the heart. Now, we want to see how now blood, how it connects. Once it has flown out from the aorta, now it is going to go to the tissues. So the aorta is a very important artery. This aorta is very important because it is the one that is now pumping blood under high pressure. And it must be noted that the left ventricle is more muscular than the right ventricle because it requires muscles that will provide energy that will pump blood under high pressure until this blood reaches all the tissues, because it's the final phase of pumping blood out of the lungs. Now, from the aorta, blood now goes to various arteries. So blood from the aorta. So now here we have got flow of blood. So blood now flows from the aorta. So we have the aorta, which has oxygenated blood. So blood will flow from the aorta. Now it goes into the arteries. So blood goes into the arteries, various arteries, and these arteries, most of them are found within the various organs. We shall name a few of the major arteries that we find within the body in a short while. Then we have from the arteries are bigger. So now they divide into smaller vessels known as arterioles. So it now flows into the arterioles. And these arterioles will now subdivide even further to even much smaller vessels known as the capillaries. So from the arterioles, we have the capillaries. Now, the capillaries are found within the various tissues where now the blood is required. That is now blood rich in oxygen. And the reason why it goes into the tissues is because oxygen is required for the process of respiration, which will bring about energy production. And the energy production is very important to the body cells. So now from the capillaries, blood will be in the tissues, oxygen will be used up. This blood is supposed to go back to the heart now again, before it goes to the lungs for oxygenation. Now, how does it go to the heart? It goes to the heart again by these capillaries reuniting to form smaller vessels referred to as the venules. So we have the venules that now is now going to carry the oxygenated blood. So this blood is not supposed to mix, so they take different routes. Blood coming in that is deoxygenated will take a different route from blood that is leaving and going to the heart. So from the venules, the blood vessels divide into even bigger vessels known as the veins. So the veins will carry that blood. And then these veins, if you look at the structure of the heart, those veins are connected to the vena cava. So various veins will be connected to the vena cava. So blood will now enter the heart via the vena cava. So here now we shall have the vena cava. So you can see now blood is now back, but now deoxygenated. So it comes back and the circulation continues. So, and the heart will continue pumping throughout. So that's how blood flows from the heart. Then we have got, what we are saying that we have got examples of these, examples of arteries and veins. Arteries and veins. So we have some examples. Maybe you can have a table showing examples of arteries and veins. Now, we can just pick examples that we even already have. For example, And maybe you can write here which organ they supply. So we have here organ. So for example, we have the heart. We are saying that the heart has got a coronary artery. The heart has got a coronary vein. So here we have an example like coronary artery. Then we have coronary vein. So here we are saying it is, these ones, they supply the heart. They supply the heart with the same. Then we are also seeing that we have got, for example, we have the liver. It's a very important organ because there are so many, liver has got very many functions. So liver is one organ that requires a lot of oxygen. So we have got what we call hepatic artery. Hepatic artery. And once we have hepatic artery, then we shall have hepatic vein. Then this one we are saying it supplies the liver. Then we have the kidney, a very important organ that takes part in excretion. The kidney has got what we call the renal artery. So we have the renal artery. Then we have the renal vein. That is the kidney. So that one supplies the kidney. Then we have the eye. A very good simple example of the eye. We have the eye is an example, but we could look at maybe another example that we have. For example, we have coronary. Once we have the artery, we have the vein. But I wanted to not the eye, but the lungs. The lungs are a bit unique because you see the lungs, the pulmonary artery is the only artery that carries the oxygenated blood, while the pulmonary vein is the only vein that carries oxygenated blood, because you know that arteries carry oxygenated blood while veins carry deoxygenated blood. So that is a bit unique. That is about the heart. So these are examples that we have. And with that, we have come to the end of this. But what we are noting is that the mammalian circulatory system is one of the most elaborate systems, because we can see that the mammals have got a 4-chambered heart, a very big chamber, and it is divided into clear-cut chambers that ensure that the oxygenated blood and oxygenated blood do not mix. Then secondly, we have also noted that we have got a septum that divides the right ventricle and right atrium from the left atrium and the left ventricle. Then we should also note that the left ventricle is more muscular than the right ventricle, because the left ventricle requires a muscular ventricle in order to pump blood to the rest of the body under high pressure. That's why it must be muscular, to provide that energy like that. It has also been noted that the heart is also supplied by vessels. That is the coronary artery and the coronary vein. Very, very important. Then we've looked at how blood flows, the flow of blood, and it flows in a circular manner to ensure that the blood does not mix. That is flowing right from the aorta to the arteries, flows right from the aorta to the arteries, and it flows through the arteries to much smaller vessels known as the arterioles, and the arterioles further divide into even much smaller vessels known as the capillaries, which are found within the tissues. So once the blood is in the tissues, oxygen is utilized in the process of respiration, and of course carbon dioxide is produced and carbon dioxide is toxic. It has to be eliminated from the body before it accumulates to levels that are harmful to the body. So the route that carbon dioxide takes is by flowing through vessels known as the venules, and these venules now reunite. They are now reuniting to form bigger vessels known as the veins, which are now connected to the vena cava. And once they reach the vena cava, blood now enters the heart, into the atrium, into the right ventricle, then it is pumped out to go to the pulmonary artery, into the lungs for oxygenation. And then once it's oxygenated there, it comes back to the heart and is pumped out. So that's the circular manner in which blood flows. That has to be noted very clearly. Now, for purposes of preparing for the next lesson, we are going to look at how the heart functions and the mechanism of pumping of blood within the body. And the following can be looked at in terms of revision, and it's very, very important. One, state two advantages of a double circulation. Two, define the term pericardium. Three, state two significance of pericardium. Then lastly, name special muscles found within the heart. So those ones can be looked at in terms of revision. I wish you well as we continue pursuing this series of biology. Thank you.
Enroll your child for the Manifested e-learning platform and see their grades grow tremendously. These videos can be downloaded to a laptop for offline viewing or viewed from a smartphone in a cost-friendly format.
Hamjambo tena wanafunzi wa somo letu la lugha ya Kiswahili. Aliye mkabala wenu ni Konzi Nzaka, na nitawachukua moja kwa moja katika somo letu la lugha ya Kiswahili, na tutaendelea na uchambuzi wa hadithi fupi ya tumbo lisiloshiba. Kama nilivyoahidi pale awali ni kwamba maudhui huwa ni nia, lengo na dhamira ya mwandishi. Kwa hivyo anapoandika hadithi yake huwa ni lazima awe amelenga sehemu tofauti tofauti kulingana na maudhui. Na pale tumeona maudhui ya ufisadi, na katika maudhui ya ufisadi tumeweza kuona ufisadi wa unyakuzi wa ardhi, ufisadi wa utoaji wa hongo, tukaona pia vile vile maudhui ya umaskini, na pia vile vile tumeangazia maudhui ya ulafi. Hivi sasa wacha tuangalie maudhui ya umoja wa wananchi wa Madongo Poromoka. Lakini kama ilivyo ada na desturi, wacha nifanye nini? Wacha nidokeze ile somo ambalo tunalizungumzia kwayo leo. Ni Kiswahili. Alafu fasihi andishi. Alafu katika fasihi andishi yetu nazungumzia kitabu Kiteule. Alafu tumbo lisiloshiba. Alafu bado tuko katika maudhui. Na leo tutazungumzia maudhui nambari 4 ambayo ni umoja wa umma. Naweza tukasema hivyo, ama wananchi. Umoja ni nini? Umoja ni mshikamano, maelewano, kufanya jambo fulani kwa dhamira moja. Huo ndio tunaweza kusema ni umoja. Pia vile vile tunaweza tukatumia kisawe chake kuonyesha umoja wa umma ama wa wananchi. Wananchi wanapokuwa na umoja katika sehemu yoyote ile, wanapolenga jambo fulani, basi huwa jambo lile ambalo wamelikusudia bila shaka litaweza kufanikiwa. Wacha tuangalie umoja wa wananchi wa Madongo Poromoka kulingana na mwandishi huyu wa hadithi fupi ya Tumbo Lisiloshiba. Kwa hivyo tutazama moja kwa moja, na kama nilivyotangulia kusema pale awali katika uchambuzi wangu, ni kwamba unapotoa maudhui yako, wewe uelekezwe na ile hadithi ambayo unaizungumzia, wala usiende nje ya hadithi yenyewe. Kwa hivyo wacha nizame katika hii hadithi fupi ya Tumbo Lisiloshiba, nikijadili maudhui ya umoja wa umma ama umoja wa wananchi ambao wako katika eneo la Madongo Poromoka. Ukumbuke kwamba kulikuwako kuna njama nyingi sana za matajiri waliokuwa wanataka kuwafanyia hujuma, kuwafanyia hila, kuwanyang'anya wana Madongo Poromoka eneo lao. Wacha tuangalie, je, umoja wao wa kutetea Madongo Poromoka uliweza kuleta ufanisi? Wacha nitaangalia ukurasa wa 5 katika hicho kitabu chetu cha Tumbo Lisiloshiba. Nitaanzia kusoma pale chini baada ya vile vinyota vitatu. Pale panapo mkahawa Mshenzi, tunamkuta mzee Mago kaketi na wana Madongo Poromoka wenzake. Kwa hivyo hapa yuko na wenzake. Mzee Mago yuko mkahawani na wenzake. Hii ndio asili ya umoja. Wanafanya nini pale kwenye mkahawa na wale wenzake? Anasema hivi, wana Madongo Poromoka wenzake wanakunywa chai na kuzungumza. Kuwe na mazungumzo gani hasa yatakayomchangamsha kila mtu wakati huu kuliko uvumi ulioanza tena kuvuma? Tena kuvuma kwenyewe kwa nguvu zaidi nchi nzima. Kulienea uvumi kwamba eneo zima la Madongo Poromoka karibu litabwagwa chini na kuchukuliwa na vizito wenye fedha zao. Kwa hivyo hapa mzee Mago na wenzake, ambao nitakutajia majina jinsi tunavyoendelea kusoma hiki kitabu chetu, wanazungumzia kuhusu swala moja tu, namna umoja wao utakavyoweza kufanya nini? Kutetea ile ardhi yao ya Madongo Poromoka ambayo imepangiwa kufanya nini? Kubwabwa chini na wenye vyao vizito, matajiri na kadhalika. Wacha tuendelee. Hawawezi, alitamka Kabwe. Hawawezi kabisa, hawawezi, alisisitiza. Jambo gani litakalowafanya wasiweze? Aliuliza Mago bila ya kufikiria. Kwa hivyo mhusika wa kwanza, mhusika pale mkahawani, ama wacha nitumie neno wahusika pale mkahawani. Wahusika pale mkahawani, wa kwanza ni mzee Mago, wa pili Kabwe. Wacha tutaona mhusika wa tatu. Wamechelea umma wa madongo poromoka. Hapa neno kuchelea limetumika kuonyesha kuogopa. Hapa Bwana Kabwe anasema wamechelea umma, hali ya kuonyesha kwamba wameogopa umoja umechelea umoja wa wana madongo poromoka. Licha ya kwamba hawa wanaotaka kunyakua wako na pesa, lakini umoja wa madongo poromoka umewatishia pia vile vile. Huu ni ukurasa wetu wa 5. Ni ukurasa wa 5. Wacha tuendelee kuangalia jambo gani liliendelea. Alijibu Kabwe, hawa wana nini wanachokichelea? Hawa wana kitu gani wasichoweza kukifanya? Hawa wanajali nini kuhusu maskini kama sisi? Alijibu Bi Saruti. Kwa hivyo mhusika wa tatu ni Bi Saruti. Ni Bi Saruti. Alijibu Bi Saruti ambaye anawapiku wanawake wote kwa hoja. Swala la nguvu swala si nguvu, kwani sisi tunajua hatuna nguvu kuwashinda wao, lakini sheria iko upande wetu. Alijiingiza tena Kabwe. Kwa hivyo hapa Bi Saruti anazungumzia kwamba umoja wetu ndio nguvu yetu. Kwa hivyo hakuna vile wanaweza kutunyanyasa kama tutakuwa pamoja, kama namna siafu wanavyopigania jambo moja kwa pamoja. Lakini hapa Bwana Kabwe anapinga kauli hiyo kwa kusema kwamba wao watatumia haki. Wacha tuendelee. Sheria gani imo mikononi mwetu? Aliuliza Mzee Mago. Sheria kila siku imo mikononi mwao. Kwa hivyo sheria haiko kwa hawa maskini, na kama sheria ipo basi inawatetea matajiri. Hawa wategemee tu umoja wao. Kimya kilikuja kujiweka hapo kwa kitambo cha haja kabla hakijaondolewa tena na msemaji. Mara hii Kabwe ndiye alikiondoa kimya hicho. Akasema hivi, sisi hatutaki ugomvi wala vita nao. Tunataka suluhisho la haki tu. Kwa upande wetu, hebu na wao wapime. Tukiondoshwa hapa, tutakwenda wapi? Hapa jijini. Kwa hivyo umoja wao ndio utaweza kuwatetea kuendelea kuishi pale. Hilo swala ni letu, si lao. Wao hawatajiuliza swala kama hilo kamwe. Alijibu Bi Fambo. Kwa hivyo mhusika wa 4 hapa ni Bi Fambo. Bi Fambo anasema kwamba hayo yote Mzee Kabwe anayoyazungumzia hawa hawajali bwana. Umoja wetu ndio utatufanya sisi tuweze kuishi madongo poromoka. La sivyo, kama kila mtu atakuwako na wazo lake, hapa tutafanya nini? Tutaumia. Wacha niendelee. Tufanye nini basi? Alilalamika Kabwe, aliyeshindwa kujua nini la kufanya. Tutumie umoja wetu. Baada ya Bwana Kabwe kushindwa na hayo yote, kuna kauli pale nasema tutumie umoja wetu. Hii kauli ilitolewa na nani? Wacha nikueleze. Tutumie umoja wetu, uwe ndio nguvu zetu. Uwe nguvu zetu. Huo umoja wao utakuwa silaha kwao. Ndani ya umoja wetu kusiwe na kuchoka mpaka tupate haki yetu ya kubaki hapa maisha, au tupewe fidia inayomstahiki kila mmoja wetu ndio tuhame. Kwa hivyo huu umoja wetu ndio utawafanya waishi pale. Umoja utawafanya wana Madongo tutumie neno wananchi, wa Madongo poromoka, kuishi sehemu walio au waweze kupata fidia stahiki. Fidia ambayo itawawezesha kuhama Madongo poromoka. Kwa hivyo umoja wao kama utakuwa kooni wa halali, ni wa haki, hakuna wengine ambao ni wanafiki kati yao, basi utawawezesha wale wanaotaka kunyakua pale ile ardhi ya Madongo poromoka kuwatishia. Kwa hivyo umoja wao utawasababishia wana Madongo poromoka kuishi papo wanapoishi, na kama lazima waondolewe pale, basi watapewa fidia ambayo itakuwako inaingiana sambamba na malipo stahiki, ambapo wataweza kuondoka ile sehemu ambayo imekodolewa macho na matajiri. Hapo ndipo tumeona umoja wa wana Madongo poromoka. Halafu tuangalie mwishoni mwa hii hadithi, tudhihirishe zaidi umoja wao. Je, uliweza kuzaa matunda kama anavyotueleza mwandishi kupitia hawa wahusika wanne? Mwandishi anaendelea na kusema ya kwamba fujo hazitatuhamisha hapa panapo ardhi yetu. Hapo katika huu ni ukurasa wa 9 kwanza. Kumradhi, huu ni ukurasa wa 8, ukurasa wa 7 hadi wa 8. Halafu katika ukurasa ule wa 10 pale tunaona unasema hivi: fujo hazitatuhamisha hapa panapo ardhi yetu. Kwa hivyo fujo za kina nani? Za matajiri. hazitaweza kuwahamisha wana madongo poromoka ambao wako na umoja wa dhati. Wako na umoja wa dhati na si uoga, si uongo. Baada ya wiki 3 za vurugu hilo, vibanda mshenzi vya madongo poromoka viliota tena hapo kama uyoga. Kwa hivyo hapa ni ukurasa wa 10. Halafu wanasema wiki 3 baadaye umoja wao uliweza kuvijenga upya vibanda vyao. Hapo ni ukurasa wa 11. Kwa hivyo tumedhihirisha bayana kwamba huu umoja ambao mwandishi aliuzungumzia katika maudhui yake kwenye hadithi fupi ya Tumbo Lisiloshiba hatimaye ulileta mafanikio, na vibanda vile ambavyo vilikuwa vimesambaratishwa pale awali na matajiri waliokuwako na uchu wa kuweza kunyakua ile ardhi viliweza kuota tena kwa safari hii kwa fujo zaidi. Hadi hapo ndio nimefika mwisho wa kipindi chetu cha leo. Tutakapokutana tena tutaangalia sifa za hawa wahusika ambao mwandishi ameweza kuwatumia kufanikisha hadithi yake fupi katika hiki kitabu kiteule cha Tumbo Lisiloshiba. Hadi hapo tutakutana tena katika kipindi kingine, sio mwingine bali ni wako mwalimu Konzi Nzaka nikisema kwaherini.
Manifested Publishers Limited is a research and teaching center that specializes in the production of learning materials and private online tuition for primary, secondary, tertiary and university education. Sign up as a new customer at www.manifestedpublishers.com. Fill in the required credentials, full name, email, phone number and password. Click on sign up. Enter the code received on your phone or email address for verification of your account, then proceed by clicking on confirm button. Your account is ready for use and you can watch some free videos before you purchase. To get access to complete videos, use the following steps to buy. Click on View All Courses. Select the course you want to subscribe to. Click on the subject you want. Click on Buy this subject. The selected subject will be added to cart. Place or hover the cursor on cart or total amount and click on Checkout Now to proceed. Click on Lipa na M-Pesa and proceed to pay. To access your lessons, place the cursor on your name, then click on Subscriptions. To download videos for offline studying, click on Watch Offline. Download the Manifested e-learning desktop application depending on your computer operating system. Install the application on your computer. Sign in on your downloaded app using the credential used during registration. Place your cursor on your name, then click on Subscriptions. Click on the subject you purchased. On the top right window, click on Download for offline viewing. Click on Go to Course. In your new window, click on the first topic, Lesson 1. Downloading process begins automatically. Thank you for choosing to study with us. For more information, you can call us on 0724 173845.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hello viewers, my name is Geoffrey Omondi. In the last class, I introduced you to Vector 2. And in that class, we were able to learn, first of all, the concepts. We were able to learn the concept of a 2 and 3 dimensional Cartesian plane. We were also able to learn what we call column and position vectors in 3-dimensional Cartesian plane. Column and position vectors in 3-dimensional plane. So this is what we learned in the last class. I now want us to continue and learn something new for today. Now today, I want us to learn the concept of unit vectors I, J, and K. So vector I, J, and vector K in a 3-dimension Cartesian plane. And we'll also learn as well what we call the magnitude of a 3-column vector. So vector in a 3-dimension Cartesian plane. So you'll also learn about its magnitude. So I want us to start with the concept of the I, J, and K, which are unit vectors in a 3-dimension Cartesian plane. So in the last class, I showed you how we can draw a 3-dimensional Cartesian plane like that. I told you that we start with the x-axis that way, and then we go to the y-axis. Y-axis is there, and then this one is actually the z-axis. Now, consider a 3-dimensional Cartesian plane like that, and let's say we have 1 unit towards every direction. 1 unit towards the x-axis, 1 unit towards the y-axis, and also 1 unit towards the z-axis. Now, so this would be 1 unit, 1 unit, and 1 unit. Now, we can represent the unit vector towards the x unit by what we call I. So this will be vector I. We can still represent 1 unit towards the y-axis by small j like that, vector j, and still represent 1 unit towards the z-axis by small vector k that way. Now, if we are talking of 1 unit, it means the coordinates at x after 1 unit will be, the coordinates here will be, x is 1, y coordinates on x unit is 0, and z coordinates in x units is also 0. So we mean we will have 0.1, 0, 0. 1 unit here towards the y-axis would mean that the x values on the y-axis are 0, followed by the y unit, which is 1, followed by the z unit, which is 0. Now, in the same spirit, 1 unit from the origin towards Z will have X here being 0, Y is 0, but Z is 1. Now, using these 3 vectors, therefore, we can represent the 3 points. In other words, on x-axis, we can say that we have point 1, 0, 0, like that. And this is actually 1, 0, 0, I. On the y-axis, so this is the x-axis. On the y-axis, we can say that we have point 0, 1, 0, like that. And then on the z-axis, we can say we have point 0, 0, 1, that way. Now, looking at these 3, therefore, we can say that I correspond to value of the x-axis. Therefore, we can say that we have 1I, which is I, there. So if you were to take a point, say here, that is presented by 1 unit of x-axis, 1 unit of z-axis, and 1 unit of y-axis, then we can say that we have 1I this way, plus 1j, and finally plus 1k. In this case, we are talking of j, and we are also talking of k, that way. So I want us to take an example so that we can understand all this clearly. Now, we are taking example from KLB. So this is example. We are taking example from KLB, so that is example. Suppose you're given a vector OE, and we are told that vector OE is given by the 3-dimension or 3 coordinates like that. Then you can be asked to write this vector in terms of I, j, and k. Now, when you are told this, it is important to know that I stands for x units, 5 stand for y units, and 4 stand for z units. Now, like I've told you before, on the x units, it's normally represented by vector I. On the y units, it's normally represented by vector j. And on the z units, it's normally represented by vector k. So taking this, if you're told to write vector OE 3, 5, 4 in terms of I, j, and k, you'll simply say that we have 3, but 3 corresponds to I because 3 is on the x-axis. So that would be 3I plus 5, which responds to j, like that, plus 4, which responds to k, like that. So when we look at this, by writing this, it will mean that we have finally written OE 3, 5, 4 in terms of I, j, and k. Let's look at more examples. Let us look at more examples. You can be asked to express. Can be asked to express. So this is example 2. Can be asked to express vector. Express the vector 5, -2, 7 in terms of unit vectors I, j, and k. Now, bearing in mind what we've already done, we know that 5 will correspond to I. So you'll simply say this is 5 vector I plus -2 vector j. But since we have plus and minus at the same place, normally positive and negative equal negative. So we'll write minus that way. And then finally, plus 7 vector j. So in that case, you shall have expressed what is expected of you. We can look at further examples where we can see. Suppose we want to add these vectors in terms of I and j. Suppose we want to subtract them. Suppose we want to multiply by scalar. What do we do? So let us look at other examples. Example 3. Example 3. Let us look at other examples. And we are looking at example 3. So picking from this, you can be given an example like this. If vector A is equal to 2i plus 2j plus 5k, and vector B is given by 3i minus 4j plus 7k. Find question A, vector A plus vector B. Question B, find vector 3A plus vector 2B. So I want us to start with the first one A. I want us to start with the first one A. Let me just transfer it here. A, vector A plus vector B. Now, there's something we already know. When we were working, we saw how we can move from column 2 in terms of I, J, and K. Sorry, this must have been K. I, J, and K. Then it means that from that we can write A in terms of column vector. So A in that case will be 2, 2, and 5. That would be A in terms of column vector, plus B in column vector would be 3, negative 4, and 7, that way. So we can add these two column vectors, a concept we've already learned, such that we can say 2 plus 3 would give us 5. 2 plus minus 4, that is the same as 2 minus 4, which will give us minus 2. And then 5 plus 7, which will give us 12. Now, having now this column vector answer, we can now rewrite this column vector answer in terms of I, J, and K. In which instance, we'll start with 5. But 5 is on the x coordinate and therefore corresponds to 5 is displacement on the x coordinate and therefore corresponds to I. So it will be 5 vector I that way. Minus 2, which is displacement on the y-axis and therefore corresponds to vector j. And then plus 12, which corresponds to vector k. Now, learners, I know some of us wonder, why do we use negative and positive? We simply pick the signs before each number. Like in this case, 5 is a positive one, so we are using 5. 2 is a negative one, so we are introducing this negative. And 12 is positive, so we are introducing that positive. So this basically will be vector A plus vector B. I want us to try the second one. Question B. You're asked to work out 3 vector A plus 2 vector B. The idea is still the same. We have to write vector A and vector B in terms of column vectors. And in this case now you'll have the scalar positive 3 multiplied by vector A, which in that case we've already just worked it out. It will be 2, 2, 5 plus 2, this 2 here, multiplied by vector B, which is 3, which is the coefficient of vector I, minus 4, which is the coefficient of vector j, and positive 7, which is the coefficient of vector k. So working on this, we already have learned, this is a knowledge we already have, multiplying vectors by scalar. So in this case, we'll have 3 times 2, giving us 6, 3 times 2 again, giving us another 6, and 3 times 5, giving us 15, plus, we'll have 2 times 3, giving us 6, 2 times minus 4 gives us minus 8, and then 2 times 7 gives us 14. So we can add that way, and then from this point we can now say 6 plus 6 should be 12. 6 plus minus 8 is the same as saying 6 minus 8, which should be minus 2, and then 15 plus 14, which is actually 29. So working with this information, this is column vector, we can now easily rewrite this in terms of I, j, and k, in which instance we'll now be saying we have 12i minus 2j plus 29k. So when you work with that, that is actually how we write vectors in terms of I, j, and k. So I think up to that point, I will leave for you a little assignment that you can work on so that you practice more and more on how to work on the unit vectors I, j, and k. So this is work number 1. If vector A is equal to 2i minus 3j and vector B is equal to 4i minus 2j. So that is the first one. If A is 2i minus 3j and vector B is 4 vector I minus 2j, it's a unit vectors. And A is represented by vector A, and at the same time B is represented by vector B. Let me write this properly, vector A. Then find AB vector, find AB vector in terms of I, j, and k. So that is question 1. Question 2, add 5i. So add A is equal to 5i minus j minus 4k, and B is equal to, vector B is equal to minus 3j plus 2k. So add this so that what I'm expecting from you is to give me the value of vector A plus vector B. Otherwise, you can still go to KLB. Page 211 and try number 4 of exercise. Try number 4 of exercise 11.3. With that, I want us to look at what we plan to look at in the last part of today's lesson. That is what we are referring to as magnitude of a vector. Now, this is not something new. We've already looked at it when we were dealing with vector 1. Magnitude of a vector. And I told you that the magnitude of a vector is normally what we are referring to as the length, and is also sometimes what we call as the modulus. So magnitude of a vector, length of a vector, and modulus of a vector is the same thing. Now, normally when, for example, we want you to get magnitude of vector OP, normally we will use this symbol OP like that, or sometimes simply say OP that way. So that is the magnitude of vector P. Now, when you have 3 points, say vector OP, if you can write it in column form as X, Y, Z, I'm giving you a general rule. So this is generally. If OP is that, then the magnitude of OP is normally given as the square root of X squared plus Y squared plus Z squared. I will give us an example so that it makes sense for us. Suppose you have, you have a vector, say vector AB as 2, 3, 4. Then its magnitude AB will be given by the square root of 2 squared plus 3 squared plus 4 squared. So in that instance, you will have 2 squared being 4, plus 3 squared being 9, plus 4 squared being 16. So this will give us the square root of 29. Now later you can use your calculators to get the value of root 29. Sometimes we don't have such a straightforward question. You are told, for example, vector A, and you are told it is I minus 3k, like that. And you are asked to get the magnitude of this vector. Now, the most important thing, first of all, is to write this as a column vector, in which instance it will be vector A is equal to, now, you look at the coefficient of I. In this case, the coefficient of I is 1. That is why we still have it, so you write 1. Now, you realize that here we don't have j, meaning the value of j is 0. And then the coefficient of k here is minus 3, that way. So finally, to get now the length of A, or the magnitude of A, it will now be the square root of 1 squared plus 0 squared plus minus 3 squared, which will give us the square root of 1. Now 0 squared is 0, and minus 3 squared is actually 9. So this will finally give us the square root of 10, which we can use our calculators to find. So that brings us to the end of the subtopic magnitude of a vector. And what we can now do is that I can leave you with an assignment for further practice. So in our assignment, I want you to try, you'll go to KLB, exercise 11.4. and try number 1C. Try number 1C. For now, I want us to stop there, learners, until our next class. So I want you to remember that what we have learned today is the concept of unit vectors in a three-column dimension Cartesian, where we've looked at the unit vectors I, j, and k, and also we've looked at what we call the magnitude of a vector in a three-dimension Cartesian plane. Until next time, have a nice time.
CPA students can now access top-notch lecturers anytime from anywhere. Download CPA video lectures from www.manifestedpublishers.com.
Here's how to access the video lectures. 1. Sign up as a new customer at www.manifestedpublishers.com. Fill in the required credentials, full names, email, phone number, and password. Click on Sign Up. Enter the code received on your phone or email address for verification of your account. Proceed by clicking on Confirm button. Your account is ready for use and you can watch some free sample videos before you purchase.
Disclose.
To get access to the complete videos, use the following steps to buy. 1. Click on View All Courses. Select the course you want to buy. Click on the subject you want. Click on Buy this subject. The selected subject will be added to cart. Place or hover the cursor on the cart or total amount and click on Check Out Now to proceed. Click on Lipa na M-Pesa and proceed to pay. Go to M-Pesa on your phone, select Lipa na M-Pesa, then the Pay Bill option. Enter business number 796533. Enter the account number provided. Enter the total amount, not less or more. Enter your M-Pesa PIN and send. You will receive a confirmation SMS from M-Pesa with a confirmation code. Thereafter, you will receive an email confirming receipt. To access your lessons, place your cursor on your name, then click on Subscriptions. Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hi, my lovely learners. I am so excited to have you again on this platform. Remember, this is Manifested e-learning platform and I am Teacher Purity. So we are going to learn hygiene and nutrition activities for grade 3, and we are starting on a new topic about the use of improvised materials for cleaning utensils. Under the use of improvised materials for cleaning utensils, we shall start by learning the types of dirt that are found on utensils. So, welcome to the lesson and hope that you are going to enjoy. Now, types of dirt that are found on utensils. Utensils are the things we use at home to serve and cook food. So remember, when you cook from a sufuria and also serve your food from a plate, they get dirty. So we want to see the types of dirt that are found on utensils. Now we clean utensils at home to keep away germs. Germs can cause diseases and can make us to fall sick. So we clean utensils at home. So we clean utensils at home to keep away germs. Remember, germs are not good for our health. When you serve your food from a dirty plate, you can become sick. We also wash utensils or clean utensils at home to keep away pests such as cockroaches. We clean utensils to keep away cockroaches. We clean utensils to keep away cockroaches. Dirty utensils attract cockroaches. No, so now that is the reason why we clean utensils at home. First, to keep away germs, and second, to keep away pests like cockroaches. So what are some of the types of dirt that are found on utensils? So types of dirt. The first type of dirt that found on utensils, we can have milk dirt. Milk dirt is the first one. Now milk dirt includes the dirt, maybe that a cup that you've used to drink your tea or even yogurt. So milk dirt is a type of dirt found on utensils. Then we have another one, we call it grease dirt. Now grease dirt includes that has come from oily foods like meat or fish or eggs. So grease dirt looks oily. Then we have the last one, we call it starch dirt. Starch dirt. Starch dirt is the remains of food that remain on a plate. We call them starch dirt. So these are the main types of dirt that are found on utensils. The first one is a milk dirt. Now this is an example of milk dirt. This cup was used to drink tea and therefore there are remains of the tea. So this one is milk dirt. Then we have grease dirt. Grease dirt is the dirt that remains on plates or utensils that you've used either to serve meat or fish or eggs. Then we have lastly starch dirt. So starch dirt is the remains of food that remain on a plate after you've eaten. So this is an example of starch dirt. Can see there are remains of food on the plate. We call them starch dirt. So these are the main three types of dirt that are found on utensils. The first one, we have milk dirt. Then we have grease dirt, and lastly, starch dirt. Milk dirt is when you have used a utensil to serve milky foods. Then grease dirt is the remains of oily foods like the fish, fried eggs, or meat. And lastly, we have starch dirt. These are the main types of utensils that are found, of dirt that are found on utensils at home. And we are supposed to clean our utensils every day. Remember to keep away germs and also to keep away pests like cockroaches. So back at home, I want you to visit your kitchen. Check where the dirty utensils have been placed and try to identify the three types of dirt: the milk dirt, grease dirt, and starch dirt. Meanwhile, I'll give you some work for you to copy. Get ready with your exercise book, pencil, and rubber. The question, write down three types of dirt found on utensils. You will write the three types of dirt found on utensils. Fill your answers in blank space number 1, 2, and 3. Then make sure that you are going through your work after you have completed it. So hope to see you in the next lesson, and thank you for attending the lesson.
Hello student, welcome to Manifested E-Learning Forum. My name is Wilson Andove and I am your literature teacher. Now as from Form 3, you're going to study set books. And we normally have what you call compulsory set books and optional set books. So today, you're going to look at an introduction to set books. So you have literature, as I've said, we normally have compulsory and optional set books. And then they are normally in two categories. We have prose and drama. Prose means novels and short stories. That is prose. Drama means plays. It means plays. So today I want to introduce you to the compulsory set text. So we have compulsory set text, and we have two texts. We have Blossoms of the Savannah by Henry Ole Kulet. Now this is a novel. Then number two, we have A Doll's House by Henrik Ibsen. This is a play. When you are studying set books, it is advisable to begin with compulsory set books. And as you can see, we have this, The Blossom of the Savannah is a novel, and then A Doll's House is the play. Now, I'll be taking you through A Doll's House. The Blossom of Savannah will be taught by another teacher. So in today's lesson, I want us to have an introduction to drama, because A Doll's House is under drama. So we're going to have introduction to drama. Now, what is drama? Drama is a play that is performed on stage. Once there is a play that is written in dialogue form, then you perform it on stage, we call that drama. So a play that is written in dialogue form and is performed on a stage, we call that drama. Now, a play is written in dialogue form. By this I mean, you're going to see the name of a character. For example, in this book here, A Doll's House, you'll see the name of a character. See the name of a character, there's Helma, there's Nora. So we're going to see a character here, like Helma, then the word said by that character, the exact word said by that character. Then we have Nora, you put a colon, the exact word said by that character. We call this a dialogue. You can see Nora, Helma, Nora, Helma. So we call this a play. The structure of a play is in form of a dialogue. And a play is written in acts. So if you look at the structure of a play, it's normally written in acts. Okay, we have Act 1, so we can have Act 1, Act 2. Okay, act is like in prose we call those chapters. And then you can have scenes. So we can have, for example, Act 1, Scene 1. I said in a play because it's meant to be staged on a stage, so it's meant to be performed on a stage. So if you have any breaks breaks during the performance of this play, then you call that a scene. So a scene means we have characters on stage, they change into another, they go for a break, then you have another. Maybe we want to change the setting of this play. We call that a scene. So these are play structured. We shall have act, then scenes, if the play is big enough. But if the play is small or simple, then you can only have acts. So I want us to look at those elements or those devices that are normally found in a play. So common elements, stock devices of a play. I've said number one is the setting. And in a previous lesson we said setting means the place and time when actions happen in a play. So the place and time, when actions happen in the play. For example, in a doll's house, you'll see the setting of the play is in someone's living room, okay, or sitting room. So that is the setting of the play, living room. That's the setting of the play. Number two, I've said a play is written in dialogue form. It's in dialogue form. Number three, you are going to find what we call soliloquy. Now, what is soliloquy? Soliloquy is when characters think aloud. Characters think aloud. In other words, characters will tell you, will speak to the audience, informing them of what they're thinking about. So student, soliloquy is thinking aloud. By this I mean a character on stage will speak his or her mind aloud to the audience so that they understand, they come to know what you are thinking about. We call that soliloquy. You have another aspect that we call aside. Aside means now a character on stage speaks to the audience directly, addresses the audience. Ordinarily, a character should speak to a fellow character on stage, ordinarily. But when a character addresses the audience on an issue, we call that an aside. The character does not address a fellow character on stage, but instead talks to the audience on an issue. We call that an aside. Now, there's what called cast. Cast means the list of characters. The list of characters. Each book must have a character list. I mean, those characters on stage. We call that the cast. Now, the next feature that is common in plays is what we call a conflict. So we shall have conflict as number 6. Conflict. A conflict is a disagreement between characters. That is a conflict. As long as two characters do not agree on an issue, we call that a conflict. So a disagreement between characters, we call that a conflict. Now, for a book to move forward, for the storyline to move forward, we must have a conflict. And we have many types of conflicts. You can have conflict between a person against person. By this I mean between two characters. When they differ, when they disagree, that's a conflict. Or a person to character against self. Against self. By this I mean a character is faced with a moral dilemma. And we're going to see this even in the play. Moral dilemma as to which choice should he or she make. That is a conflict where we have a character against self. Then you can have character against the society. By this I mean the character's viewpoint and those of the society are differing. That's a conflict. And then lastly, character against nature. A character goes against natural forces, such as maybe a character is fighting, maybe we have floods, we have drought. So when you as a character trying to fight against natural force, we call that conflict between the character and nature. So that's a common device in drama. We shall also have, we need to remind ourselves of figures of speech. Figures of speech. Now, as we read this book, A Doll's House, we are asked to identify figures of speech or other styles used in drama. And one of them is a simile is a comparison between two things. Comparison between two people or things. Like when you say Joseph runs as fast as a cheetah. Joseph runs as fast as a cheetah. We are comparing Joseph with a what? A cheetah. So these are similar. We can have a metaphor. And by the way, I'm going through this very fast because we have done this lesson before. Okay? If you look at previous lessons, we had covered all this. I'm just reminding you of what you might get when you are reading the play A Doll's House. So a metaphor is again a comparison between two people or things without using the word. For example, when you say Joseph is a cheetah, Joseph is a cheetah, it means Joseph is a fast runner. So we call this a metaphor. It's a very common figure of speech. Another figure of speech that you might come across when reading the said book is personification. And this we mean giving non-human beings the qualities of human beings. Personification. For example, the stars was smiling. So the stars were smiling. This is personification. Another feature of speech, figure of speech, sorry, is what called irony. And irony is very common in plays. Irony is the opposite of our expectations. When things happen in an opposite manner, we call that irony. So, situations that happen in an opposite way manner, we call that irony. Now, in drama, you'll come across what called verbal irony and dramatic irony. So there's verbal irony, saying something but meaning the opposite. We call that verbal irony. For example, when someone tells you you are very smart, yet they mean you're actually not smart, we call that verbal irony. Or it's also called sarcasm. Sarcasm. So you're going to find characters who say something, but they don't mean it. They mean the exact opposite of that. We call that verbal irony. You might even have dramatic irony. This whereby, as I said, a cast member, a character, is not aware of something, yet you, the audience, you, the reader, is aware of what is happening. We call that dramatic irony. I want to repeat that you may find one character or 2 or 3 characters are not well informed of what is happening, yet you, the reader, or you, the audience, is quite aware of what is happening. We call that dramatic irony. Then there's situational irony. This whereby the situation, the prevailing circumstances are not in sync with what is expected. The word is congruent. The word does not use congruent. Are not in agreement with expectations. For example, if you find a rich family, okay, kids are going to school very well, one might suppose, one might assume or ignore that, might assume that that family is happy because they have everything. They have a good house or a good home. They have good cars or good vehicles. Kids are going to good school. So even when you look at them from the outside, they seem to be okay. Okay? But they must, maybe from the inside, they're not happy. There's something wrong. There's something amiss. So we call that situational irony. You will come across it when you are reading the play A Doll's House. So that's a common, it's a common feature in plays. Another thing that you need to know, let me remind you, is characters. Because now, so we are going to have characters. And in this case, these are the people who take part in the action of the play. Now, we have one whom we have major characters and minor characters. Major characters and minor characters. Major characters actually they play a big role in the play, while minor characters actually just play let me just say a small role in the play. We can also have, we shall have protagonist. Protagonist is the main character. A main character who pushes forward the agenda of the play is called protagonist. Then you have antagonist. Now this is a main character who opposes the protagonist. The protagonist, okay? Can either be a person or even a force. Can either be a person or a force. Antagonist can either be a person or even a force or even the society. We call that antagonist. Then you can have a villain. A villain is a bad character, a negative character, an evil, negative character is called a villain. Then you have a hero or a heroine, a positive or protagonist, positive character who is celebrated. So in most cases, a hero or heroine is only the protagonist of the play. Antagonist might be the villain of the play. So we're going to look at those characters in the play, and then are those characters growing or are they static? So we shall have what's called dynamic character. These are characters who grow. A character who changes, okay? Who accepts change. Then you have static character. A character who does not change, okay? Character who does not accept change. Does not accept change. We call that a static character. So we are going to look at characters. Another important feature is what we call now the plot. The plot of the play. And by this is just a reminder of the previous lesson. The plot outline. This means the flow of events in the play. And I said previously, the moment the book starts, we call that point of attack. Point of attack. Let me write this properly. Point of attack. The moment the book opens, it's called point of attack or exposition. And you'll see in a doll's house. This is the moment when we are introduced to the play, to the family. Then there is what we call now rising action. Rising action, or we shall have a conflict now, complication. Okay. Now, we must have a conflict in a book. And I said, as long as we have two varying opinions, that's a conflict. So once you have a conflict or a complication, it's going to rise. It's going to mount into what we call the climax. Okay? Into a climax. Now this becomes the turning point. A point when a decision has to be made. Has to be made. That's the climax of the play. And you'll see in that play, there's a point when a character has to make a decision that is lifelong, okay? That has big implications on the character herself and other characters in that book. We call that climax. Then now we shall have resolution. Now once you have made your decision, once you have a decision that has been made here, it has to lead to an end now. The ending of the play. Now once a character has made a decision here, it has to have, we are going to see its implication on the other characters as the book comes to an end. Now this is the plot outline of a play. And if you can remember, we drew something like this, where we said this is the point of attack, then we shall have rising action, at such a point. Then here is the climax now, climax, and then here is now the resolution. The resolution, okay? So that's the flow of a play, the flow of a play. Now next, we're going to look at flashback. Now flashback is just going back, okay? Looking at the previous moments and how they're affecting the current situation. So considering the previous moments and how they are affecting, they affect the present. So when the writer, and in this case we call the writer the playwright, okay, and macule the spelling, is the writer of a play. So when the playwright goes back to a previous episode or a previous event and relates that event to what's happening now, we call that a flashback. Then there's foreshadow. This one you're going to, when the playwright gives hints, giving of hints about future events, okay? So the playwright might want to tell us about the future events, what might happen to a character, by giving us some hints. We call that foreshadow. And then remember I talked about a conflict and the climax. Now in every play, a character must make a mistake. So there's what called a flaw, okay? Flaw means mistake. So characters will make mistakes. A mistake or shortcoming of a character. For us to have that conflict, a character must make a mistake, must commit a mistake or a shortcoming. Can be in terms of your personality, Like in the play A Doll's House, you'll see the wife and the husband. Each one of them makes a mistake, okay? And that mistake will have a far-reaching implication on the entire family. So we call that a flaw or a mistake. So student, these are the major elements of drama, but we have others that we shall be discussing as we read the play A Doll's House. So I want to encourage you to get yourself a copy of A Doll's House, and please get the version that is approved by KICD. It means Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development 2017 edition. This is the version that is preferred, that is recommended. Don't buy any other version, because in the exam they will base on this version. So please get yourself a copy of A Doll's House, because as in the next lesson we're going to look at now this book. We shall look at its summary, we shall look at the characters, then from there we shall begin discussing this book. So until next time, I've been your teacher, Wilson Andove. Thank you so much and be blessed.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
How are you doing, learner? Welcome to Manifested e-learning platform. I am Teacher Purity. Now we are still continuing our CRE activities, and we still talking about self-awareness. And today we shall learn about rejoicing in the Lord. Rejoicing in the Lord. So welcome to the lesson, and make sure that you are ready to learn. Now, rejoicing in the Lord. What does the word rejoice mean? To rejoice means to celebrate, or you are excited or happy about something. So rejoicing is simply being happy or excited. So rejoicing is being happy. Is being happy or excited. Rejoicing is being happy or excited, and it can be excited about an event or something that has happened. Now, we live happily with others when we rejoice. We live well with others when we rejoice. So, we live peacefully. We live peacefully with others when we are happy or when we are rejoicing. We live peacefully with others when we are happy. When you show a jovial face, when you are happy, other people will also be happy to live with you, because you are making them laugh, you are making them smile and enjoy life. So we live peacefully with others when we are happy. And that is what God wants us to do. God wants us to live happily and rejoice in Him. So God wants us to live happily God wants us to live happily and rejoice in Him. So God wants us to live happily and rejoice in Him. And this is found in the book of Philippians chapter 4, verse 4. In reference to Philippians chapter 4, verse 4. Let's see what the Bible has got to say about rejoicing in the Lord. Now, the book of Philippians is found in the New Testament. Philippians chapter 4, verse 4, the Bible says, "May you always be joyful in your union with the Lord. I say it again, rejoice." I will read the verse again. Philippians chapter 4, verse 4, "May you always be joyful in your union with the Lord. I say it again, rejoice." So the Bible is also telling us to rejoice in our union with the Lord, who is our God and our Creator. That is why God wants us to live happily and rejoice in Him. There is this song that tells us about rejoicing in the Lord, and I will sing it for you. I know most of you know the song. Now the song goes like this. Rejoice in the Lord always, and again I say rejoice. Rejoice in the Lord always, and again I say rejoice. Rejoice, rejoice, and again I say rejoice. Rejoice in the Lord always, and again I say rejoice. Rejoice in the Lord always, and again I say rejoice. Rejoice, rejoice, and again I say rejoice. Rejoice, rejoice, and again I say rejoice. Rejoice in the Lord always, and again I say rejoice. Now in the song, the name rejoice has been repeated severally. It is insisting on us being happy, and not just a matter of being happy. We are also supposed to be happy in the Lord, who is our God. That is why we all times make sure that you are interacting with people in a manner that pleases God, a manner that makes God happy. That's what makes our God happy. Remember that being happy also makes us to have good thoughts and feelings. So being happy makes one to have good thoughts and feelings. So being happy makes one to have good thoughts and feelings. When you are happy, you are having good thoughts of sharing, of helping the needy, of visiting the sick, of even praising God, and they make one to live happily with others. I'm going to give you a memory verse which you'll practice to memorize and recite. Copy the memory verse in your exercise book. In the next lesson, we shall talk about something else on our choices, on our personal choices. Now the activity that you're going to do is just a memory verse where you're going to memorize and recite it. And it is from the book of Philippians chapter 4, verse 4. And it says, "May you always be joyful in your union with the Lord. I say it again, rejoice." May you always be joyful in your union with the Lord. I say it again, rejoice. So to memorize means that you know it off head. You are able to say it without confirming from any place, either the Bible or your notes. You are memorizing it off head. So practice memorizing the verse. I will see you in the next lesson.
Hello viewers, welcome once again to our probability class. Like I told you, this is a topic in Form 3, and so far we have done almost all of the subunits. What we are doing is that now we are looking at further exercises in what we are calling tree diagram. We are looking at further exercises in tree diagram. So this probability, and we are looking at tree diagram. Now, my name as your host is Geoffrey Omondi, and I hope we learn together. Now, in the last class in tree diagram, I gave you a number of exercises. There's an assignment I gave. So assignment from last class. So there's an assignment I gave, and that was exercise from KLB, exercise 13.4. I gave you number 1 all the way to number 6. So I want us to try a few of them so that you can see what you did from the last class. So I want us to try number 2, and it is important I write that question so that we are able to follow it from the write-up I will be able to give from this place. Now, the question was, so I'm reading from number 2, KLB, that is page 261. The probability of a horse, A, the probability of it should be the probability that horse A, so this is not of, but that. So the probability that horse A wins a race against horse B is 2/5. If the horse runs 3 races in succession, if the horse runs 3 races in succession, find the probability. Find the probability that horse A, so we can give them the first one. Horse B wins all the races. Horse B wins all the races. Question B, horse A wins only 1 race. Horse A wins only 1 race. C, horse A wins at least 1 race. Horse A wins at least 1 race. D, horse B wins more than horse A. Horse B wins more races than horse B. So those are the questions we are dealing with. The probability that horse A wins a race against horse B is 2/5. If OS A runs 3 races in succession, find the probability that OS B wins all the races, OS A wins only 1 race, OS A wins at least 1 race, OS B wins more races than OS B. So when you look at this, especially in the first race, you realize immediately we are talking of mutually exclusive events, meaning that both horses cannot win the race at the same time. If horse A wins, horse B must lose. And if horse B wins, horse A must lose. And we say that when you're talking of mutually exclusive events, then the total probability is always certain, and it is 1. So the chance of horse A or horse B winning is actually 1. Now, I want us to try and draw that tree diagram together. Now, I want us to talk of horse A winning or horse B winning. So the chance of horse A winning, we are being told horse A wins is 2/5, 2 over 5, 2 over 5, 2 over 5. Now, these are mutually exclusive events. It means that their sum should therefore be 1. So if horse A is dealing with the 2 over 5, it means that we need 1 minus 2 over 5 to get the chance for horse B. And therefore, we will have 3 out of 5, such that 2 over 5 plus 3 out of 5 is 1. Mutually exclusive events. So that is the first race. Now, if horse A wins the first race, we can have a second race where we'll have horse A, horse B. Or if horse B wins the first race, we'll still have a second race, horse A winning or horse B winning. Now, the chances don't change. So in this case, horse A winning again will be 2 over 5, horse B winning 3 out of 5, horse A winning 2 out of 5, horse B 3 out of 5. And we can create a third. Now, this is the second race. First race, second race, and now we are coming up with a third race. So in the third race, we'll again have AB, 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 and lastly AB, like that. So again here we'll have 2/5 for A and 3 over 5 for B. We'll have 2 over 5 for A and 3 over 5 for B. We'll have 2 over 5 for A in that instance and 3 over 5 for B. 2 over 5 for A and 3 over 5 for B. So from there, the most important thing now is to come up with what we call the outcomes. The outcomes. So to see this probably very well, I can use a different ink that will be able to give us. So this will be horse A winning, and horse A winning. That means that horse A is winning all the races. Or we can have horse A, then horse B. So horse A winning the first race, horse A winning the second race, then horse B winning the third race. Or we can have horse A winning the first, horse B the second, horse A the third. So that one will be horse A, horse B, horse A. Or we can have horse A winning the first, horse B winning the second and the third. So that will be horse A, horse B, horse B. Or we can have horse B winning the first, horse A winning the second, and horse A winning the third. So that will be B, A. Or we can have horse B, horse A, horse B. So that will be B, A, B. Or we can have horse B winning the first and the second race, and horse A winning the third race. So that will be B, B, A. Or finally, we can have horse B winning all the races, which is B, B, B. So once you draw this, actually you've come up with what we call a tree diagram. Now, normally, even if you're not asked to draw, this will attract some marks, about 2 points, 2 marks for you having to come up with this. Because this is very important, and almost all the responses we are going to give in successive questions depend on whether you are able to draw this tree diagram correctly. So if you come up with the wrong diagram at this point, then it's almost going to be impossible for you to get these responses correct. So I want us to start with the first one. Find the probability that OS B wins all the races. So this will be the probability that OS B wins the first race and wins the second and wins the third, like that. Probability of OS B, B, B. So when we look at that, we know that silently there are multiplication signs in between. That is what we know. This is actually how it should be written, but this is what we write, B, B, B. So in that instance, therefore, the probability of getting the first B is 3 out of 5, times the second B is 3 out of 5, times the third B there is 3 out of 5. Now, I'm using this branch because this is the only branch that gives us an outcome of B, 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 B winning all the races. So from that point, we can go ahead and say that this will be 3 times 3 times 3, giving us 27, over 5 times 5 times 5, giving us 125. So that becomes the probability of OS B winning all the races. Now, the second part B, find the probability of OS A winning only one race. Now, you therefore have to come to the outcomes here and look at a situation where we only have A winning one race. So starting with the first one here, we have A winning all the races. Here we have A winning 2 races and B winning 1. Here we have A winning 2 and B 1. In this instance, we have A winning 1 and B 2. So this is one of the outcomes we need. Here we have B winning 1, A winning 2. Here we have B winning 2, A winning 1. So this is another response we need. And lastly, here we have B winning 2 and A winning 1. This is another response we need. So when you look at all these responses, here the outcomes, when you look at all these outcomes, you realize that A is only winning once, which is what we need here, A winning once. So we'll start with the first one here, probability of A winning the first race, followed by B winning the successive 2 races. So we'll say it will be the probability of A followed by B, B, or this other one here, which is the probability of B followed by A followed by B, or the last one, probability of B followed by B followed by A, like that. So that is what we need. So from this instance, we can look at the probability of A, which is actually probability of A, which is actually 2 over 5, times the probability of B, which is 3 out of 5, times probability of B, 3 out of 5, or means plus the probability of B, which is 3 out of 5, the probability of A, which is 2 out of 5, and the probability of B, which is 3 out of 5. Or, and or here actually means plus. The probability of B, which is 3 out of 5, multiplied by probability of B, 3 out of 5, multiplied by the probability of A, which is 2 out of 5. So we can continue and shift that information here. Now, working with the 2 over 5, 3 over 5, and 3 over 5, we can solve this by saying 2 times 3, that is 6, and 6 times 3 is actually 18. So this one will give us 18 out of 125 plus, now, if you're keen, you'll immediately notice that the values that are being multiplied in each of these 3 brackets are similar, meaning the value answer you get for the first bracket is actually similar for all the 3. So this will also be 18 out of 125 plus finally 18 out of 125. So bringing that information up, we agreed that if the denominator are similar, then you simply add the numerators in case of addition of fractions. So the response of that will be 18 plus 18 plus 18, giving us 54, over only one of the denominators, which is 125. At this instance, I don't think there's a common divisor for the two, so that will become our answer for OS A winning only one race. So we can look at part C. OS A wins at least one race. Now, again, we have to come back to our tree diagram, where OS A wins at least one race. Now, what that means is that OS A will win 1 or 2 or 3 races. So, what does that mean? Now, when you look at this place, OS A wins at least one, you'll realize that in the first instance, OS A is winning at least one because it's winning 3. He's present here, he's present here, he's present here. OS A is still present. OS A is here and OS A is here. So the only place where OS A doesn't win at least a race is a situation where OS B has won all the races, which is OS B, BB. Now, we agreed that these are mutually exclusive events. In other words, if we were to add all these outcomes, our answer is 1. So looking at this, and we know that where OS A is winning at least one race is all these values except BBB, we can therefore say that the probability of OS A winning at least one match, one race, that is, at least one race can be given by 1 minus the probability of OS B winning all the races, like that. So in this instance, therefore, we'll have 1 minus. Now, remember, we had already calculated OS B winning all the races, and our value was 27 out of 125. So that will be giving us 27 out of 125. Now, if we subtract this, therefore, our answer will actually be 98 out of 125. 98 out of 125. Those who are not very conversant with this, we will take LCM here, 125. Then 1 will go into 125 times 1. That will give us 125 minus. 1 will go into 125 once times 27, which is 27. 125 minus 27 is 98 out of 125. So that is how we've come with that value. So we can look at the last one. OS B wins more races than OS B wins more races. This should have been OS. Let me just check it to be clear. So OS B wins more races than OS A. OS B wins more races than OS A. So again, we'll come back to our tree diagram and find those instances where OS B has 2 or more. So when you look at this case, OS A has 1 more, OS A has 1 more, OS A has 1 more, OS B has 1 more here. So this is important, we pick it. OS A has 1 more, OS B has 1 more again, so we pick it. OS B has 1 more, so we pick it, and OS B has also 1 more. So from that instance, therefore, we can see what we need. So that is D. So that would be the probability of, the first instance is OS A, OS B, OS B, or the probability of OS B, OS A, OS B, or the probability of OS B, OS B, OS A, OS B, OS B, OS A, or the probability of OS B, all of it, the probability of OS B, which is probability of OS B, OS B, OS B. Now, there's something I want us to realize here immediately as we work on this. The probability of OS A winning more is the same as the probability of OS A winning only one race or no race at all. That is the same as the probability of OS A winning only one race or no race at all. Now, the probability, so we can say this is the same as the probability of OS A winning one race, or the probability of, so this is OS A, or the probability of OS A winning no race. So when we say probability of OS A winning one race, or the probability of OS A winning no race. So probability of OS A winning only one race, we worked it here, which gives us now 54 out of 125, or plus probability of OS A winning no race. Now, when you look at our tree diagram, the only instance where OS A is winning no race is actually where OS B is winning all the races. So that is similar to the probability of OS B winning all the races here. So, of course, you can see that OS B winning all the races, that was the first instance, is actually 27 out of 125. So when you work this one out, you get 81 out of 125. Now, there's something I want us to see, other than what I've just shown you here. We were able to come up with this probability very well. I want us to see that this probability you are seeing here and here, at this particular point like this, probability of ABB or BAB or BBA, you can clearly see it here. So we have to be keen when we are working so that we don't work twice. Now, you realize that these questions can be very long in their responses. So you have to be keen to notice what you've already calculated so that you don't calculate it again. Again, probability of BBB, you are able to see that it is something we have already worked on here. So you simply pick those values and put it here. Now, it is allowed. Once you've already calculated a value and you've been marked for it as correct, it is allowed you can pick that value and continue working with it without having to rework again every single value. So I want us to look at the next. I want us to look at next part of the assignment you are given. So that was number 2. I want us to straight away try number 6, which is also an assignment that was given to you in the last class. Number 6. I want us to try number 6. Now, the question in number 6 was, a man playing a game of darts, has a probability of a third of hitting a double. Has a probability of a third of hitting a double. If he throws 3 darts, if he throws 3 darts, find the probability of him hitting. Find the probability of him hitting A, two doubles, B, more than one double, and C, at least two doubles, So I want us to try that and see. So we will clean here so that we can try that. Now I want us to be clear that once the questions involving a tree diagram, the key is the diagram itself. If you have the diagram correct, normally you find it very easy to work with that diagram. So I want us to draw the diagram. So a man is playing a game of darts and is throwing 3 darts. So I want us to see the probability. So let the probability of hitting double be represented by H, and not hitting, in other words missing, be represented by H naught. This is read as H naught. So we are talking of this H and H naught. So let us look at the first throw. So the first throw, we can have a hit or no hit, H naught. So we can also have a second throw with a hit or no hit. Third throw, hit, no hit. Hit, no hit, like that. Here, if the first one was no hit, the second can be hit or no hit. The third here can be hit or no hit, hit or no hit. Now, we are told that to hit is a third, meaning if this is mutually exclusive, to not hit should be 2/3. So to hit is a third. Not hit, therefore, should be 2/3. So that if you add a third to 2/3, you get 1. So we will have a third and 2/3, a third, 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 2/3, like that. So those are the probabilities. So it is important, therefore, that we get the outcomes. Now, remember I told you earlier that this tree diagram will earn you points because it's a very important part of marking your work. So if you draw it correct, it becomes very easy for you to answer what is required from you, and you will be rewarded for drawing it. There will be a point. So this one, the first outcome here will be hit, hit, hit. So H, H, H. Hit, hit, not it. So H, H, H naught. Or hit, no it, hit. So it will be H, H naught, H. Or hit, not hit, not hit. So this will be H, H naught, H naught, or no it, hit, hit. So this will be H naught, H, H, or no hit, no hit. So H naught, H, H naught, or no hit, hit. So this will be H naught, H naught, H, or no hit, no hit, no hit. So H naught, H naught, H. So those are the possible outcomes that we can have. So actually this is the sample space. This is what we are referring to as the sample space of this particular throwing of dart in 3 successions. So we can continue from there. We can continue from there. And now using that tree diagram, we want to try and answer the questions that follow. We want to try and answer the questions that follow. So what is the probability that he hits 2 doubles? What is the probability that he hits 2 doubles? So this is A. So we are looking at a probability that we have 2 out of 3 hits. Remember, this particular player or man has thrown this dart 3 times. So if we ask what's the probability of 2 doubles, we are actually looking at probability of 2 hits. 2 hits. So if there are 3, only 1 should not be a hit. So we are looking at a situation where we have 1 hit not and 2 hits. So in the first case, we have all hits. Those are all doubles, 3 doubles. In the second instance, we have hit, hit, not hit. So these are 2 doubles. So this is one of the things we need. Here, we have a double, no double. So this is another thing we need. Here, we have 2 not hits, and therefore we don't need it. Here, we have 2 hits. Yes, it is another instance we need. Here, 2 not hits, we don't need it. 2 not hits, we don't need it. And here, everything was miss, not it, that way. So we are looking at those 3 instances. So we can come and say we are looking at the probability of, the first one is hit, hit, no hit. Hit, hit, no hit, like that. Or the probability of hit, no hit, hit. Hit, no hit, hit. Or the probability of the last one, no hit, hit, hit. No hit, hit, hit. Yeah, so those are the probabilities that we need from that point. Now, from here we can now work on them. The probability of hit, hit, not hit. Now, the probability of hit we have agreed is a third, and not hit is 2/3. So in this case, the probability of hit will be a third times the probability of another hit is a third times the probability of no hit is 2/3. Or means plus, and therefore probability of a hit here will be a third, no hit 2/3, hit a third. Or, which is again plus, the probability of no hit here is 2/3, hit a third, another hit a third. So these are the probabilities we are talking about. So from this instance here, we can now multiply and say we will now have 1 times 1 times 2, which is 2 out of 3 times 3 times 3, 27, plus the numerator is 2, denominator is 27, plus 2/27, giving us a total of 2 plus 2, 4 plus 2, 6 out of 27. Now we can simplify this further by knowing that 3 can cancel here twice, and 3 goes into 27 9 times. So that will give us 2 out of 9. So we can also look at more than one double. More than one double, number B. So number B, we are talking of more than one double. In other words, you are looking at one double, or we are looking at 2 doubles or more doubles. So it will be 2 hit. We are looking at 2 hit, that is 2 doubles, or 3 doubles to give us more than one double. So when we are looking at 2 doubles, we already have that. So that would be the probability of 2 doubles, or the probability of 3 doubles. Now, when we look at this, the probability of 2 doubles, we already have it in part A, and it's given by 2/9, or is plus probability of 3 doubles, meaning that is hit, 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 which can be given in this place like that. So that will be the probability of 3 doubles, hit, 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 like that. So from here we can still work it out and find this 2/9 plus a hit was a third, the probability of another hit a third, and probability of the third hit is also a third. So working with this, we can therefore have 2/9 plus a third times a third times a third, which gives us 1/27. So we can get LCM here, which is actually 27. 9 would go into 27 3 times. 3 times 2 would be 6, plus 27 into itself once. 1 times 1 is 1, giving us a probability of 7/27. So this is a way in which you can be able to do it. So we can look at number C. Can look at number C. Allow me to do it here. Create a space here so that we are able to do it. We can work on it neatly like that. So this will be C. Now in C we are looking at least 2 doubles. At least 2 doubles. At least 2 doubles. Now when you say at least 2 doubles, it means that you are talking of 2 or more doubles. You are talking of 2 or more doubles. In other words, this means 2 or more doubles. But when you look at that keenly, it can also mean more than 1 double, because more than 1 double is actually 2 or more doubles. Now, when you are able to look at all this, what does it bring us back to? It means that at least 2 doubles is the same as more than 1 double. And therefore, in that instance, we've already calculated more than 1 double, and therefore our response is simply 7/27. So I want us to stop there for this class today. Meanwhile, I want to add you more assignment which you can try, and we can see if we can work them out in successive classes. I want to give you an assignment, and we'll see if we will be able to work them out in successive classes. In your assignment, please work on number. So this will be exercise. This will be exercise 13.4. You'll be able to work on number 9, number 10, number 11, number 12, number 13, number 14. Number 10, number 11, number 12, number 13, and number 14. Now, I want to appeal to you. Some of the times we can leave an assignment like this and you find you are not able to do it. Please feel free to go to the comment section just below this video and put your comment asking a question so that we can give you guidance on what is supposed to be done. You can also confirm with us and we give you a response. We can give you a worked example in the comment section so that you are able to work it out and follow what we have done. Otherwise, for now, I want to say goodbye. I was your host, Geoffrey Omondi. Have a nice time till we meet again.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hello, my beloved learner. Welcome to our today's lesson. I am honored and I am glad that you have joined me in this lesson. We are going to have a history and government lesson, and we proceed with studying the topic European colonization of Africa and their invasion of Africa and the process of colonization. That is the topic European invasion of Africa and the process of colonization. And in our previous lessons, we have been learning about the African reaction, how the Africans reacted to the process of European colonization. In our last lesson, as you can remember, my dear learner, we started analyzing the Baganda collaboration, how the Baganda collaborated with the British in their land, the agreements they made. We looked at the causes, the reasons for their collaboration with the British. And you remember we mentioned the different kings who at the time were referred to as the Kabaka. So Kabaka Mutesa I was the first person to collaborate or invite the British and make a kind of an agreement with them. He wanted protection from his enemies, the arch rivals, community that had been fighting against the Baganda, which was the Bunyoro. He also wanted to retain his independence or his rulership. And also, we also knew that he wanted to counter the spread of Islam that had really taken root in the Baganda kingdom as a result of the long distance trade. So, my dear learner, in our today's lesson, we are going to look at the terms of the Baganda Agreement or the Baganda Agreement of 1900, which was made between the British and the Kabaka at that time, Kabata, and the leader at that time, who was Apollo Kagwa, and that happened after the death of the second the Kabaka Mwanga, who tried to revolt against the British, and he was able to be defeated. He could not effectively revolt against the British, so he had to run away. I'm just trying to remind us what we learned in our last lesson. So he was able to run away from the British, but he was captured and then he was deported to a place or to another country. Which city, which place was he taken to when he was captured? Yes, very good. He was taken to Kismayu. And then after that, he was also taken to Seychelles, where he died. So after his death, his son, who was an infant at that time, Daudi Chua, took over the reins. But because he was only a child, an infant, he could not be able to make decisions. So the three leaders at that time, who were the Katikiro at that time, the Katikiro was the office of the Prime Minister. It was known, that office was known as the Katikiro, together with the Chief Justice, who was, you can remember, we did not mention, but in your Form 2, you remember you refer to him as the Omulamuzi, right? And then we had, apart from the Chief Justice, we had the Katikiro, who was the Prime Minister, and then we also had the Treasurer, who took the reins. So these three, the Katikiro was the most powerful at that time, was known as Apollo. Apollo was known as Apollo Kagwa. So he made an agreement with the British that came to be known as the Baganda. Let me write here, Baganda Agreement. The Baganda Agreement. So the Katikiro at that time, who was known as Apollo, who was known as Apollo, made this agreement with the British. So it was an agreement. It was an agreement between the British. It was an agreement between the British and the Baganda. It was an agreement between the British and the Baganda. It was made in the year 1900. That's a very famous time, because the British and the Baganda became into or made an alliance or an agreement. So the British were represented by Harry Johnson. Let me check that I have gotten Johnston. It is Johnston. Harry Johnston. While the Baganda were represented by Apollo Kagwa, who was at that time the prime minister or the katikiro of the land. So they made an agreement, both of them, concerning how they are going to run the affairs of the kingdom. So these agreements, let us look at the terms. The terms of these agreements were made in three parts. So the terms of the agreement were divided into three parts. That is concerning the land, that is number 1, or Roman 1. Let us call it Roman 2. Concerning the government, the first way in which the first term was concerning the land, the second one was concerning the government, and also the third one was concerning the boundaries. And then number 4, it was concerning the finances. The finances of the kingdom. So we are going to look at the terms. In our lesson, we are going to look at the terms that were made in the Baganda Agreement. So we are going to look at the terms. The terms of the Baganda Agreement. And we said it was made in 1900. And I've mentioned these terms were based in 4 arms or in 4 parts. Terms concerning land, terms concerning the government, terms concerning the boundaries, and terms concerning the finances of the kingdom. So let us start with number 1, the land. So let us start with land. Let me use a different color so that you are able to differentiate. So let us start with the land. So the land of the Buganda was divided into 2. The land was divided into 2. So this is the first term. The land was divided into 2. The first half was declared the crown land. The first half was declared the crown land. These belonged to the British government. It was owned and directed by the British government. So if you wanted to have a portion or occupy it, it was on tenancy terms. So if you are to occupy the crown land, you had to pay some amount as a tenant to occupy that land. And then the second half was divided among we had the Kabaka took a portion of it. We had Kabaka, and then the three ministers or the ministers at that time who are recognized. We had the Prime Minister or the Katikiro. We also had the Chief Justice. We also had the Chief Treasurer, right? And then we had the chiefs. The chiefs also had become very effective people. Remember, the kingdom was divided into sazas. So every saza chief was allocated a portion of land, and then members of the royal family, members of the royal family were the other people who were allowed to get land. So that is concerning land. That was the first, or those were the first term. So the first term was that the land was to be divided into two. A half was known as the crown land, and then the second half was given to the officers that were running the government. So that was the first thing. Now let us go and look at the second part, which is the government. What terms or were made? What terms or agreements were made concerning the government? What terms were made concerning the government? So Kabaka, so we can say this is, we can consider it the third, or let me just name it one so that you are able to follow very well. The first term concerning the government, Kabaka recognized as the king or ruler of the kingdom. Kabaka was recognized as the ruler of the, or the king of the kingdom. So his power was recognized, or his position was recognized as the leader, though he had limited powers. And then number two, his government would not do anything against the protectorate, government. The government, or the Kabaka's government, would not do anything against or contrary to the protectorate government. So everything had to be directed or under the stipulations of the government. And then there was the official recognition. There was recognition of the prime minister, who was referred to as Katikiro. His office was known as, and then we have the Chief Justice, and also the Treasurer, So these offices were recognized as part of government. And then also the Lukiko, which was the law-making arm, or the advisory to the Kabaka, was officially recognized as the legislature, and final court of appeal. And the final court of appeal. So the Lukiko, which initially was the advisory body to Kabaka, was now officially recognized as the legislature of the kingdom, and also it was supposed to act as the final court of appeal. So if you had a case as a member or as a person in the kingdom, the last place you could go and appeal your case was in the Lukiko. And then lastly, there was supposed to be a Britain or a British resident. A British resident. A British resident was to be stationed. In the kingdom. A British resident was to be stationed in the kingdom. So what was the purpose of this? To make sure or to safeguard the desires or to safeguard the interests of the British government. So that was his role. There had to be a British resident who was supposed to be stationed in the kingdom. In the kingdom for the purposes of safeguarding the desires of the British government. Now, my dear learner, we have looked at the land. The laws made or the agreements that were made concerning the land. We have looked at that. Then we have looked at the agreement that was made concerning the government. Now, let us look at the laws that were made concerning the boundaries. The boundaries. My dear learner, what agreement was made between these two? Remember, we are talking of an agreement that was made between the British and the Buganda, between Harry and Apollo. So what did they agree concerning the boundaries? So the Buganda kingdom, it was a kingdom on its own. So it was recognized. The Buganda was recognized as a kingdom that is self-sufficient, that could stand on its own. And then number two, its boundaries. Its boundaries would involve or would extend to Bunyoro kingdom. So its boundaries were expanded up to Bunyoro kingdom because now the British helped them overcome the Bunyoro Kitara kingdom. So that is about the boundaries. So these are the agreements. Buganda was now recognized by the British to be a kingdom on its own with a king and leaders, the ministers who are the prime minister, the chief justice, and the treasurer, and also the Saza chiefs, right? And then the boundaries were expounded, or they were expanded or extended. Now, let us look, we have looked at the boundaries. Now, let us look at the finances. So, number 4, let us look at the finances. Let us look at the finances. What agreements did the two parties, remember an agreement composes of two parties, what agreements did they make concerning the finances? Now, there was introduction of a hard tax. Introduction of a hard tax of 3 rupees. There was introduction of a hard tax of 3 rupees. Each and every person was supposed to pay a hard tax, right? And then there was also another kind of tax that was known as the gun tax. Any person who owned a gun, he was supposed to pay tax. And then Kabaka, we said that Kabaka was able to Kabaka and the ministers, the Kabaka, the ministers, and the chiefs would be paid for their services, the work they were doing in the kingdom or in the protectorate, the Ugandan protectorate. It was being recognized by payment, right? And then there was a restriction. There would be no further taxation without consulting the Kabaka and Lukiko. So the British were restricted in this agreement. The British were restricted. They would not tax or impose any further tax without first consulting with Kabaka and also with Lukiko. And then finally, my dear Lana, all revenues to go to protectorate government, all the revenues in the kingdom, all the revenues in the kingdom to go or to be channeled to the protectorate, government. All the revenues were to be channeled to the protectorate government. So, my dear Lana, these are the terms that these two groups, we have talked of finances now, these are the terms that these two groups made. They made terms on land, made terms on government, made terms on boundaries, and also on finances. So, if you are asked a question to describe or outline the agreement that were made, in the Buganda Agreement or the Baganda Agreement of 1900. You should not forget that. It was made in 1900. These are the terms that they agreed upon, both the British and the Baganda. So, as we come to the end of our lesson today, I want to give you, my dear Lana, a brief a revision question. A revision question that you can attempt. A revision question that you can attempt to help you partake. So let us look at a revision question. Look at the revision question. Revision question. And the question is, my dear learner, identify the terms of the Uganda Agreement. Of 1900. Identify the terms of the Uganda Agreement of 1900. And with that, we have come to the end of our history lesson. I hope you have had a nice time. You have enjoyed learning, or you have learned a new thing concerning the terms of the Uganda Agreement. So until the next time we shall meet, it's bye-bye for now.
Hello learner, my name is Dickens Mgalo and today we want to talk about salts. Let's start by looking at the objectives. At the end of this topic, you should be able to define a salt. Then number 2, you should be able to state and describe types of salts. You are going to see we have around 4 types of salts. And then number 3, you should be able to identify both soluble and insoluble salts. Then number 4, by the end of this topic, you should be able to state methods of preparing both soluble and insoluble salts. And then number 5, you should be able to define the terms saturated solution, crystallization, neutralization, as well as precipitation. And then number 6, you should be able to write ionic equations. We shall see we are going to write ionic equations using precipitation reactions. And then number 7, you should be able to state the effect of heat on salts. We shall see salts behave differently when they are decomposed by heat. And then lastly, by the end of this topic, you should be able to state uses of salts. Having said that, let us start by knowing the meaning of the word salt. So learner, what is the meaning of this word salt? So a salt can be defined as follows. So a salt can be defined as a compound that is formed when hydrogen ions from an acid are wholly or partially replaced by a positive ion. For example, if you look at this equation here, if you react, for example, a zinc metal with hydrochloric acid, you'll realize that zinc will react and the product will be zinc chloride and hydrogen gas. So learner, we are saying that this hydrogen ion in the acid has been replaced by the positive ion, and the positive ion is zinc. As a result, the product formed is called zinc chloride, and this zinc chloride is what we are calling a salt. So from the definition, we are saying a salt is a compound formed when this hydrogen ion from the acid is replaced by this positive ion or a metal. So as a result, the product that we are forming is called zinc chloride, and that is our salt. So let's now move on by looking at types of salt. So we have said a salt is defined as a compound formed when hydrogen ions from an acid are wholly or partially replaced by a positive ion. So a positive ion is also called a cation, which can be a metal, like for example the example we have used above there. So next up is I want us to look at types of salts. Let's look at types of salts. We have 4 types of salts, like I've said earlier. So types of salts. So we start by mentioning them. So the first type we call acid salt. Then number 2, we have normal salt. Then number 3, we have a basic salt. And then number 4, we have a double salt. So learner, we are saying we have 4 types of salts, namely acid, normal, basic, and double salt. So let us see what is the meaning of each type of salt. So we are going to start with an acid salt. So what is the meaning of the word acid salt. So an acid salt, from the word acid, in Form 1 we learned about acids and said all acids contain a hydrogen ion. So we are saying the distinction property of an acid salt is what? All acid salts, their distinction property is that all of them contain a replaceable hydrogen ion. So how do we identify an acid salt? An acid salt is identified by the presence of hydrogen ion. So we are saying an acid salt can be defined as a salt that contains a replaceable hydrogen ion. So let's look at examples. For example, we have a salt such as sodium hydrogen carbonate. From the formula learner, we can see that we have a hydrogen ion. So this hydrogen ion is the one that will make this salt to be called an acid salt, because it has this hydrogen ion that will give it the acidic properties. We have another example is sodium hydrogen sulfate. So this hydrogen ion that is present in this salt is the one that will give it the acidic property. So we are saying, Lana, that an acid salt is one that contains a replaceable hydrogen ion. As you can see from these two examples, we have a hydrogen ion in the sodium hydrogen sulfate as well as a hydrogen ion in the sodium hydrogen carbonate. Therefore, these two, we call them acid salts. The second type of salt is called a normal salt. So Lana, we are saying, so the second type of salt, we're calling it a normal salt. So Lana, what is the meaning of the word normal salt? So a normal salt, the definition can be obtained from the definition of an acid salt. So such type of salts, Lana, we are saying, these ones do not contain a replaceable hydrogen ion. So what are they? So we are saying a normal salt can be defined as a salt that does not contain a replaceable hydrogen ion. So we call it a normal salt. So it's the one that does not contain a replaceable hydrogen ion. So let's give examples. So the first example is called, let me write the name, sodium carbonate. Sodium carbonate. This is how we write sodium carbonate. Na2CO3. So as you can see from this formula, student, we are saying this salt does not have a hydrogen ion, and therefore we call it a normal salt. Example 2, we have sodium sulfate. Sodium sulfate, the formula Na2SO4. As you can see from the formula, the compound does not have any hydrogen ion. As a result, we call it a normal salt. So we are saying, what is a normal salt? A normal salt is the salt that does not contain a replaceable hydrogen ion. So we have these two examples, sodium carbonate and sodium sulfate. So our next type of salt, we are saying we have a basic salt. So that's number 3, basic salt. So in Form 1, we learned about bases, and we said bases. How do you identify bases? All bases are identified by the presence of hydroxide ion. So for that reason, when you're defining a basic salt, it means a basic salt is the one that contains a replaceable hydroxide ion. So we are saying, what is a basic salt? So a basic salt is a salt that contains hydroxide ions. Of course, the formula is that. So basic salts are identified by the presence of hydroxide ions. So what about examples? So the first example, we are saying, e.g., we have basic zinc chloride. Basic zinc chloride, this is the formula. We have ZnOH and then Cl. So now we are saying this salt is called a basic salt because of the presence of hydroxide ions. Another example is basic magnesium. Magnesium what? Chloride. So the formula is MgOH, then Cl. So we are saying this one is also classified as a basic salt because of the presence of hydroxide ion. So we are saying a basic salt is identified by the presence of hydroxide ions. The third type of salt, we are calling it a double salt. A double salt, so this is a new term we are encountering today. So a double salt is defined as a salt that contains two different cations or anions. So earlier on we defined a cation as a positively charged ion, whereas an ion is defined as a negatively charged ion. So we are saying a double salt is the one that will contain either two different cations or two different anions. So the two cations or anions should be different. So therefore we shall call it a double salt. So an example is trona. Trona, this is how we write trona, is a mixture of sodium carbonate with some sodium hydrogen carbonate and some molecules of water. That's an example of a double salt. So why are we calling it a double salt? Because it has a carbonate, which is a radical, and that radical is negatively charged. As a result, it is an ion, and then it also contains hydrogen carbonate. So this carbonate and this hydrogen carbonate are different. Are different what? Anions. Therefore, we classify this as an example of a double salt because it has a carbonate which is different from hydrogen carbonate, and the two are found in the same salt. Another example is ferrous ammonium sulfate. This is the formula for ferrous ammonium. Is a mixture of ammonium sulfate and iron 2 sulfate. So this is how we write it: FeSO4 Of course, sulfate has a valency of 2 with some 6 molecules of water. So, Lana, we are saying this salt is classified as a double salt. Why? From the definition, it has this cation, that is iron 2. It also contains ammonium. So, this one is a positive ion, and we know positive ions are called cations. This one is another positive ion, which is called ammonium ion. So, the two are different, and the two are found in the same salt. So, therefore, this salt is classified as a double salt. So, we are saying that we have 4 types of salts. We have acid salt, we have normal salt, we have basic salt, and we have a double salt. So we have defined each as what? Just a quick recap of that. We have said an acid salt is identified by the presence of hydrogen ions. We have said a normal salt, the definition can be gotten from the definition of an acid salt, which we have said a normal salt is defined as a salt that does not contain a hydrogen ion. And then we have said a basic salt is identified by the presence of hydroxide ions. And then lastly, we have said a double salt is the one that contains 2 different what? Cations or anions. So we have come to the end of our lesson. Let's, I want you to try these questions. So the first question I want you to try is, I want you to try and define the meaning of the word salt. And then number 2, giving examples, define types of salts. So try those two, and I believe you should be able to answer. So we have come to the end of our lesson. I want to thank you for being a good student. I'll see you in the next lesson.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hello learners, my name is Stephen Kariungi. Welcome to today's biology lesson. Our topic of discussion is sexual reproduction in plants, and today we are continuing our study on pollination. So today we are going to look at the second agent of pollination, and that is wind. So we are going to look at adaptations of wind pollinated flowers. And these wind pollinated flowers are also known as anemophilous flowers. So in this case, we are saying that these flowers have special adaptations that enable wind to be an agent, to be an effective agent of pollination. Now, one of the adaptations is that these flowers are small in size, whereby petals may be or may not be absent. There are flowers that are very inconspicuous. You cannot easily notice them. And these are the flowers, for example, that we find in the grass family. Yeah? If you look at the flowers in grass, they are very, very small. Their petals are very small and very inconspicuous. You cannot easily notice them. So we are saying that flowers are small with small and inconspicuous petals or bracts or inflorescence. So these flowers may exist, some as petals, some as bracts, some as inflorescence that are small and inconspicuous. So they are not very easy to identify. Now, another feature is that since these flowers do not need to attract the wind, because the wind will just come about, they have no nectar and are not scented. They are not scented. And therefore, they do not need to attract the agent of pollination. Which in this case is wind. The other characteristic or the other adaptation is in their anthers. Their anthers are large. And loosely attached to a flexible filament. They are large and loosely attached to a flexible filament to allow them to be swayed by wind. So their anthers are large, loosely attached to a flexible filament so that they are easily swayed by the wind, so that the wind can collect the pollen grains. swayed by the wind to collect pollen. How are the pollen grains themselves? The pollen grains are small. They are small, light, and many. To allow them float in air during transportation. To allow them to float in air during transportation. That's why they need to be very light, very small, and many, because some of them will be lost along the way. The stigma is also large. Feathery or sticky to collect pollen grains, floating in the air. So their stigma are large, they are feathery, or some of them are sticky, so that once the pollen grains touch them or get into contact with them, they will just stick, so that now pollination will be enhanced. So basically, those are some of the adaptations that are commonly found in wind-pollinated flowers, also known as anemophilous flowers. The other thing that we are going to learn are the features and mechanisms that hinder self-pollination and self-fertilization. The features and mechanisms that hinder self-pollination and self-fertilization. So what happens here? There are some features that exist naturally to ensure that self-pollination does not take place. And if self-pollination does not take place, then self-fertilization cannot take place. Which are these features? Now, one of those features are the hermaphrodites and monoecious plants. Hermaphrodites are those flowers that have both sexes. And monoecious plants are those plants that have flowers having both sexes. So these hermaphrodites and the monoecious plants, they have some natural features, such as the scent, bright color, large petals, conspicuous petals. So those natural features ensure that self-pollination does not take place, because they encourage cross-pollination. They encourage insects to come and act as an agent of pollination. So in other words, we are saying that they encourage cross-pollination. So we are saying that they have features such as brightly colored petals, and conspicuous petals. They are scented to attract insects and hence encourage cross-pollination. So we are saying that those features, they encourage cross-pollination at the expense of self-pollination. So in the process, they hinder self-pollination. So the fact that they are able to attract insects by their brightly colored petals, conspicuous petals, and their scent, and also even the nectar, you'll find that they will encourage more cross-pollination than self-pollination. Number 2 is what we call self-sterility or incompatibility. Self-sterility or incompatibility. This is whereby when the pollen grains land on the stigma within the same plant, they cannot germinate pollen tubes. They cannot germinate pollen tubes because they are similar. They are genetically identical to the other parts of that plant. So they are generally incompatible with the stigma of the same plant. And therefore, they will not germinate pollen tubes, and therefore there will be no self-pollination. So self-sterility, we are saying that pollen grains are sterile, i.e. cannot germinate pollen tubes on the stigma of the same plant. So this discourages self-pollination. And encourages cross-pollination. So basically what we have learned today, we have learned the adaptations of wind-pollinated flowers, what we also refer to as anemophilous flowers. The adaptations are, their flowers are small, very small and inconspicuous petals or bracts or inflorescence. They have no nectar